CBS News Sunday Morning with Jane Pauley on CBS.
Tonight, more than 100 million Americans under heat warnings. Where will it feel the worst? Then, how will Donald Trump's absence affect tonight's first GOP presidential debate? And why severe drought at the Panama Canal could impact prices here on the CBS Evening.
My chance to introduce myself to the country.
We're going to talk about our vision for America.
We'll focus on our message and worry about the other candidates another time.
We're going to paint that picture of how we can improve the economy, energy, and national security.
I'm going to focus my attention just as much on the future.
Everybody has a responsibility to earn people's votes.
I have no concerns. Whether he's there or not, I'll be just fine.
You're going to have a serious policy discussion between the other candidates, and there's a lot of differences there.
Hello, everyone. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Welcome to America Decides. It is debate night in Milwaukee. 8 Republican presidential candidates are set to take the stage for the first time tonight. Now, this event could, and we emphasize could, provide a breakout moment for at least one of these hopefuls as they all try to attempt to wrestle the nomination away from the frontrunner, who will not be on stage. We all know who that is, former President Trump. For more on this, CBS News Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa joins us now from outside the debate side in Milwaukee. Robert, I know it's hot and humid there. I wish I could do more to help you with that, but I can't. Keeping with the weather theme, do we expect an elevated heat index on stage tonight?
Major, you teed me up. I'll have to say, high heat, high expectations for all of these Republicans who are here, because Trump's not here. Without the former president's presence, it gives them an opening. I've been talking to candidates and campaigns all day, privately behind the scenes, and they say tonight could be a more limited audience because Trump is not on stage, but they believe it could be an opportunity for them in this sleepy summer where Trump's indictments dominate the news to get some traction, some interest, some momentum among their donors, among their supporters, to keep them in this race and get out of the single digits.
And in those conversations, Robert, does it feel to you as if tonight looms largest for Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, who is still in a reset phase of his campaign?
I wouldn't put DeSantis above or behind any in terms of expectations. If you're former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, known for being a maven on the debate stage, this is a moment for you to potentially shine, to show your prowess, to begin the comeback as he wants to in his political career. For Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence, it's an opportunity to maybe look Trump square in the face, at least through the camera, and talk about his conduct on January 6th, talk about his own conservatism. So, yes, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is someone who has been struggling for weeks to really establish himself as the Trump alternative in this race, and he has a target on his back tonight, politically speaking, because a lot of his rival campaigns, they see real vulnerability with DeSantis, and they're going to take him on.
You know, I was just in Iowa last week, as you well know, Robert, and I saw some Iowa voters, Republicans, who were intrigued by Tim Scott. Do you think for those on the debate stage tonight who are investing heavily, as the Scott campaign is in Iowa, tonight also provides a unique opportunity to speak to those voters?
Especially with Trump not here, it could be an opportunity for someone like Senator Scott or North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum to introduce themselves to the Republican electorate nationwide, to underscore biographical details that they find important. Political reporters like you.
The war in Ukraine. I also wonder, will there be a discussion about January 6th, and where do people stand on that? Or is it going to be something that Chris Christie brings up, because that has been what he's been pounding on? I am curious. I imagine Democrats watching this will be curious to see what is said about that. And then abortion. Abortion is a really big issue that the Democratic Party had a press conference about today, and that's what they led with. I mean, that was reminding voters where they stand on abortion, and trying to paint Republicans on that other side. And so that could be a question too.
Sometimes debates have a raise the hand question by the moderators, where maybe they're all in agreement about something. We asked former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson that because he has called on Trump to drop out of the race after these indictments. So we posed that question to him. Would he kind of call on his other candidates in the field to do that as well in some type of raising the hand type of consensus question? Do you think that's going to happen?
It could. I could see the questioners asking that, and maybe everybody will be like,
Yeah, that's so true.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm also kind of curious as well when you're talking about former President Trump. You know, he has said he's not going to even do any of the debates. Is this a foregone conclusion at this point in time that he's probably going to be the nominee, that this whole, I don't want to say charade, but this whole debate spectacle tonight, they're all vying for second place because Trump is far and away the front runner?
Right. Okay, yes, Trump is far and away the front runner, but Iowa hasn't happened yet. And I was talking to a few people today who still feel that Ron DeSantis has a good chance in Iowa. He is second place. He's at double digits, right? 13,
in
15.
Iowa, yeah.
So, so because this is so unusual, I mean, the front runner has all these indictments. That is just crazy. So nobody knows exactly how people will respond to that in the primary or even down the road if he becomes a nominee. So it's just like anybody's guess, really.
Yeah. Well, Shia Kapos, we really appreciate your insight, your reporting specifically. I just want to talk about Democrats really quickly, if we can. There was some news today from the DNC about whether or not Biden wants to participate in the general election debates. I thought that was really interesting. They're not committing to it. It is still early, but so we're talking about debates also on the Democratic side tonight.
Well, so they first, Jamie Harrison, was it Jamie? One of the Democratic Party leaders said that Biden would not be participating in primary debates, and they were quick to say that that's tradition, that, if the main nominee is in the White House, they don't have to debate. So that's, I guess, normal. However, asked whether during the general election he would debate, and that we were told that they haven't decided yet. So maybe they'll say they don't want to debate somebody who faces these criminal charges. I don't know. Maybe that's what their thinking is.
All right, and we're definitely looking at the long game there. We're a far, far away from that. Sheila, like I said, thank you so much. Lexi, we're going to send it back to you there in the studio.
All right, Andrew, thanks so much. Great job there, and we're looking forward to talking with you after the debate happens.
Yes, we will see you right after the debate.
Yep, more post-debate analysis to come. Andrew, thanks so much. Let's give you another live look here, though. Inside of the arena there in Milwaukee, we're about 15 minutes out from the first GOP debate there. Andrew Kraft, of course, is going to be there breaking this all down for us. He's been in Milwaukee giving us all of this coverage along with our other Fox colleagues there. Now, Fox News will be carrying the debate, but we will have you covered right after with more post-debate analysis. And here again is who you can expect to hear from this evening. The numbers here represent where each of these candidates stand in the polls right now. So Florida Governor Ron DeSantis here has the lead amongst the candidates who will be in attendance at this first debate. Of course, former President Donald Trump will not be there. He won't be at any of the debates, so he said. And so that leaves Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with the highest poll numbers there so far out of the 8 that will be in attendance. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break. We still have so much more to come. Plus, we're going to be bringing you a live report as well out of Fulton County, Georgia, as we give you a live look there where the former president will be surrendering to Fulton County authorities tomorrow. More on that, too. All of this coming up here in the next few minutes. Stick with us on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Thanks so much for being with us on the night of this first GOP debate that's getting ready to start here in the next 13 minutes or so, to be exact. Let's give you a couple live looks from Milwaukee that we have here. This first out of Pfizer Forum. You can see a live look outside of the arena there with the big Republican debate sign out front. It's getting ready to begin. We also have a couple of live looks for you from inside as well. Many cameras, many media members, of course, all in attendance for this very first debate, as all eyes are on 2024 to hear what each of the 8 candidates who will be speaking tonight have to say in the absence of former President Donald Trump, who will not be attending, even though he does lead the GOP polls by quite a large margin here. But these are the 8 candidates that we will be hearing from. We just spoke with Andrew Kraft, who is on the ground there in Milwaukee. He will be joining us after the debate as well to bring us more analysis after it's all done and over with. Again, 9 o'clock Eastern, 12 minutes or so away from that beginning here. Let's bring you the very latest from Fox's Garrett Tenney, who's also there in Milwaukee.
Anticipation is growing here in Milwaukee as voters prepare to hear from some of the Republican presidential hopefuls in tonight's first GOP primary debate.
I'm more concerned about character than sound bites.
Some of the Republican presidential candidates getting ready to court voters at Milwaukee's First Forum tonight. Candidates will be lined up in order of recent polls, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis near center stage. It's a key position as he aims to reignite a campaign that's been lagging in recent months.
I think it's a big moment for every single person on that stage. People can rise from the bottom to the top.
All will be fielding questions on issues like the economy, abortion, crime, and foreign policy. Issues voters hope candidates deliver clear plans on.
We need to hear what they're going to do to help alleviate this strain on the middle class.
Looming over them all, however, the man not in the room, former President Donald Trump. He's skipping tonight's main event, saying he has enough of a lead that debating isn't necessary. His campaign's senior advisor, Chris LaCivita, released a statement saying Trump has already won the debate because he'll be the main topic of conversation, adding, quote, tonight's Republican undercard event really shouldn't even be called a debate, but rather an audition to be a part of President Trump's team in his second term. Some undecided voters don't see it that way.
It's pretty disappointing. Just because somebody has voted for you in the past doesn't mean you've earned their vote in the future.
The battleground state of Wisconsin will be a big deal to Republicans next year as well when it hosts the Republican National Convention. In Milwaukee, I'm Garrett Tenney, Fox News.
All right, again, these are the 8 candidates who will be taking the stage there for the first time at this very first GOP debate tonight in Milwaukee. You can also see that one of those was a question as of this afternoon. That was North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. We have since learned that he will be participating despite suffering an Achilles injury. Earlier today, he went out and tweeted this message here, just short and simple, saying, "I'm in. I will be there." As you can see, crutches and a boot on him there. He also spoke with some of our crew members on the ground. Let's play out a little bit of what he had to say here.
Hi there. Well, we had a good walkthrough today, and RNC and Fox both been very accommodating, trying to see if we can get set up for tonight. And I've got a appointment coming up in a half an hour with one of the leading orthopedic sports surgeons here in Milwaukee that works with professional teams here, and we'll see where we go from there.
How are you feeling after the walkthrough?
Well, happy it's only one flight of stairs up to the stage, and a very sturdy podium, so both of those things were very positive.
And last night you were playing basketball? What happened?
Well, I ended up with I played basketball my whole life and love the sport, and have been on the court when other people have blown their Achilles, and just never thought it was going to ever happen to me, but got a high-grade tear on my Achilles tendon last night, and that's the recommendation for that would be off your feet for a week or more, but we're not going to let that get in the way of what we got going on today. So we'll see what happens when we come out of this appointment.
What are you hoping to accomplish tonight at the end of the night? What are you hoping to walk away from?
Well, I think the thing that we're on a mission to improve every American life, and if people can understand that we're here tonight to talk about issues that really matter to every American. The economy. I mean, inflation, Biden's inflation choking every American family, energy policy, adding to that inflation. I mean, the price, every time someone fills up with gas in this country, they ought to be looking at that number and going, that number could be a lot lower if we had different energy policies. And then, of course, national security. I was just down at the border 2 weeks ago with these, brave North Dakota National Guard troops, 2 different deployments. One of them are flying.
All right, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum there speaking after his Achilles injury. We did learn he will be taking part in the debate there. Let's take a moment, though, and step away from that. We'll bring you more of that coverage here in just a moment and give you a live look here. This is out of Fulton County, Georgia, where we are supposed to be getting a live report here, although it looks like our reporter's battery, unfortunately, just powered down. That's what comes with some of the troubles that come with being live, raw, and unfiltered, which is what we do here at Live Now from Fox. She was just about to bring us an update out of Fulton County, so we'll check back in with her in a moment. Instead, let's keep bringing you what Doug Burgum had to say. He has a couple more minutes of commentary here that we want to play out for you, so let's listen in here to this and continue listening on here on Live Now from Fox.
Concerned about how this could impact your ability to be on the campaign trail? Do you plan to keep a full campaign schedule? What are you looking at next?
Well, we'll see where we go, from there. But we do have we're on the road for the next. This is day 1 of a 10-day trip, and right now we haven't canceled or rescheduled anything. So we're hoping to just figure out a way to make it work. In North Dakota, there's a phrase called "cowboy up."
Governor, how concerning was it?
We're going to allow a little bit of question time. Could you just come back here? We're going to have you stand like right here, just to give them a little bit of space. We all have experience. We know these things can get intense, so not needs a little bit of space. So you can just stand right here, and then let's not get too close.
We're from Security Watch. Curious what Dr. you're seeing, what the doctor advises against not being on the stage.
Well, I'll keep that doctor relationship private, but I would just say we're fortunate to have some friends that help make that recommendation, get us connected with someone who's seen a lot of Achilles tears and ruptures in their life, so we're confident we're seeing the very best and someone who knows how to put athletes back on the field. And I've been an athlete my whole life, and so happy to get some good advice, and we'll just see where we are after that appointment that's coming up.
Where were you when this happened, and what happened?
Well, we're playing in a pickup game at a local university that has got a great reputation for basketball, so it was a thrill to be playing in one of their gyms, and we were just having a great game of pickup and going hard to the hoop, and boom. And anybody that's ever had this happen, they know what it feels like. It feels like you're getting shot like a coyote in the back leg. I mean, is what it feels like.
Marquette, I'm assuming you're.
Yeah, I guess they'd prefer to be out of that, but people can make their own assumptions. But it was if you're going to go down, go down with one of the top programs in the country.
And Governor, how concerning was this potential setback on the debate night?
Well, of course, when it happens, you're like, oh, darn it. I mean, that's like thing. But, in my life, I don't worry about things I can't control. I focus on things that we can control. And, when you have a sports injury, then you just got to immediately focus on what can I do to, get back on the field, get back in the game. That's what we've been doing.
We got two more and we got to go. Governor, how much pain are you?
Well, yes, pain is relative, but I'd say I'm fortunate. I didn't have a complete. I have the emergency room thinks I have a high-grade tear as opposed to a total rupture. If I had a total rupture, it'd be a different story. But so far, so good. But I'm someone who's never taken prescription pain meds, and I'm not doing that today. Even though people said that'd be a good idea, because I'd rather.
All right, so hearing from North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum there, speaking after his Achilles injury, we did learn that he is going to be participating in the debate this evening after all, but our crew's catching up with him there for a few minutes, hearing how he's doing following that injury. Not very fun for the North Dakota governor. And giving you a live look here from Fulton County, Georgia. This is where the former president, Donald Trump, who will not be at tonight's debate in Milwaukee, is going to be surrendering to officials there in Fulton County tomorrow. And he's been vocal about his surrender on social media. Let's pull up what he had to say here. Posting on Truth Social, saying nobody has ever fought for election integrity like President Donald J. Trump. For doing so, I will proudly be arrested tomorrow afternoon in Georgia. A Georgia grand jury indicted the former president and 18 others accused co-conspirators last week. Now, among those is Trump's campaign lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. He also turned himself in this afternoon. Before surrendering, Giuliani told reporters this investigation is much bigger than the 2020 election.
I'm feeling very, very good about it because I feel like I'm defending the rights of all Americans. The system of justice is politicized and criminalized for politics. Your rights are in jeopardy and your children's. Donald Trump told you this. They weren't just coming for him, but for me. Now they've indicted people, in this case, I don't even know who they are. They're just regular people making a normal living.
All right, and you're taking a look here at who has surrendered in Fulton County so far. So Kathy Latham, a Republican official who's facing a total of 11 counts, and her bond was set for $75,000. David Schaefer, the former chairman of the Georgia GOP, is charged with 8 counts. He agreed to a $75,000 bond. Jenna Ellis, a lawyer who is affiliated with the Trump campaign, is charged with 2 counts, and she agreed to a $100,000 bond. John Eastman, a conservative lawyer, is charged with 9 counts. His bond was set at $100,000. Kenneth Cheeseborough, a conservative lawyer, is charged with 7 counts, and his bond was set for $100,000. Ray Smith III, a lawyer for Trump's reelection campaign, faces 12 charges. He agreed to a $50,000 bond. Rudy Giuliani, a former personal attorney to the Trump and, of course, former New York City mayor, faces 13 charges. His bond has been set at $150,000. Scott Hall, a Georgia bail bondsman, faces 7 counts. He agreed to a $10,000 bond. Sidney Powell, a lawyer who is involved in planning Trump's efforts to contest the election, faces 7 charges. Her bond was set for $100,000. So these are the co-defendants who so far have turned themselves in. And of course, this is expected to be a major topic as well that could potentially be brought up at tonight's debate, which is getting started here in about 30 seconds or so. Live Now from Fox is not carrying that debate live, though we do have you covered with post-debate coverage. Live Now's Andrew Kraft there on the ground giving us post-debate analysis once this all wraps up. In the meantime, Fox's Rebecca Castor is in Fulton County. She's bringing us an update on what we can expect ahead of the former president's arrival as he surrenders tomorrow.
Ahead of a Friday deadline, more of former President Donald Trump's alleged co-conspirators are turning themselves into authorities. A busy day in Fulton County, Georgia on Wednesday, as Rudy Giuliani and other Donald Trump allies negotiated bond and surrender in their election interference case. The former New York City mayor calls the case a, quote, political prosecution and says he's confident he'll be proven innocent.
I'm fighting for justice. I have been from the first moment. I represented Donald Trump, an innocent man who has now been proven innocent several times.
Mr. Trump plans to surrender on Thursday, and security at the jail will be tight. The sheriff's office says the building will be on a hard lockdown, and some public transportation will be rerouted when he arrives.
It's time for him to be held accountable.
On Wednesday, protesters began arriving outside the jail, some coming in from across the country to voice their support for the former president.
I'm one of millions that support him. A lot of people can't come today. I'll be here.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis wants the trial to start as early as March. Legal experts say the proceedings will likely come with a high price tag.
The man hours, the police, court, district attorney's office. I think the marker the public can look at is something like the O.J. Simpson trial, which ran into the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
On Thursday morning, supporters of Trump say they plan to hold a rally outside the Fulton County Jail. In Atlanta, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, Rebecca, thanks. And giving you a live look here at the White House, as another likely point of conversation this evening at the debate will be, of course, President Biden and the way that he's handled things, his policies. Fox's Jackie Heinrich is giving us a look at what we could expect with this.
What's your expectation for the GOP debate tonight? I have none.
President Biden will be among those watching as GOP White House hopefuls duke it out, and his campaign appears to be playing into the RNC chairwoman's reported warning to Trump that his absence could give Biden cover to opt out of a face-off with the eventual Republican nominee, today declining to commit to general election debates.
We have not had a conversation about that at all. I'm sure one day we will, but it's not today, and I don't have any news on that.
Biden's campaign blanketing Milwaukee with billboards, even a plane, contrasting Biden's policies to what they call the extreme MAGA agenda, also running a $25 million ad campaign.
Wages are going up around here. What President Biden has accomplished is actually helping real people.
The DNC issuing a pre-buttal.
Tonight in prime time, Americans will have an opportunity to see in action the most extreme, the most divisive, the most chaotic slate of presidential candidates in history. And I don't know if it's going to be a debate, but more like a circus.
But Team Biden is not addressing how it will handle Republican criticism of the president's son or congressional investigations into the First family.
McCarthy wakes up every day praying he still has 218 votes to be Speaker of the House. We have really no time to focus on what McCarthy says day by day.
Even as House Speaker Kevin McCarthy warns, an impeachment inquiry could begin as soon as next month.
If they provide us the documents, there wouldn't be a need for impeachment inquiry.
Today, the president stepped out for some shopping with Hunter Biden's son in tow. We've learned that Hunter did join in on the family vacation, but arrived separately on a commercial flight before the rest of the First family got here. In Lake Tahoe, California, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, Jackie, thanks so much. Let's give you another live look here from Milwaukee as the debate is now underway.
We'll have an opportunity to see in action the most extreme, the most divisive, the most chaotic slate of presidential candidates in history. And I don't know if it's going to be a debate, but more like a circus.
But Team Biden is not addressing how it will handle Republican criticism of the president's son or congressional investigations into the First family.
McCarthy wakes up every day praying he still has 218 votes to be Speaker of the House. We have really no time to focus on what McCarthy says day by day.
Even as House Speaker Kevin McCarthy warns, an impeachment inquiry could begin as soon as next month.
If they provide us the documents, there wouldn't be a need for impeachment inquiry.
Today, the president stepped out for some shopping with Hunter Biden's son in tow. We've learned that Hunter did join in on the family vacation, but arrived separately on a commercial flight before the rest of the First family got here. In Lake Tahoe, California, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, Jackie, thanks so much. Let's give you another live look here from Milwaukee as the debate is now underway. The first GOP debate live now from Fox. Unfortunately, can't carry that one live, though we do have reporters on the ground there, our whole Fox team there as well. We're going to continue to check in with them as this debate continues on to bring you all of this analysis as it's happening here. 8 candidates taking the stage there in Milwaukee, battleground state there in Wisconsin for the first GOP debate as everyone looks ahead to 2024. More of this coverage to continue. We'll be right back after this 2-minute break. And welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We appreciate your company on this Wednesday evening, and a very busy one at that, as the first GOP debate is underway right now in Milwaukee, and we will continue to bring you all of this coverage here, more analysis as the evening continues on here. Another live look as well out of Fulton County, where the former president, who is not in Milwaukee, will be surrendering to authorities there tomorrow. Some of his co-defendants have already done so themselves. But our next story we want to take you out to is a weather-related one. We've been following all of these different conditions across the country, most recently Tropical Storm Harold in Texas. But over the weekend, all eyes were on Tropical Storm Hillary. And now, just days afterwards, cleanup efforts are continuing. We want to go out live now to Fox's Mills Hayes, who's joining us from California. Mills, how are cleanup efforts going? Are you seeing any improvements today?
Hey, Lexi. Well, I've seen some improvements, but take a look at this road right here. Obviously, they haven't gotten to this road quite yet. It's covered in mud and dirt and gravel, rocks. Now, typically, there is a creek that actually runs underneath this road right here, but you guys don't see water, do you? That's because all of the mudslides from the mountain came rushing down here, bringing all of this debris. You can see some sticks right here as well, and rocks and all this stuff. And because the sun has been beating down hard over the past 3 days, it's dried all of this stuff up, and there's no longer a creek even here. There was some water that was trickling down, but it was actually coming over the road instead of under right here. And we were told that this area of water was about 12 feet deep, and now there's no water at all. And so we've spoken with people all across the county who tell us they want things to return back to normal as fast as possible. We have seen crews out and about all day long trying to clean up those roads and get the dirt off of them, make them drivable again. Crews are trying to get that dirt off of home driveways as well. There are chairs and garbage cans.
Your gas is up 40%. Your food is up 20%. Your electricity is up 20%. We can stop that by turning the spigot off at Washington, sending the money back to the states, and allowing the decisions to be made at their own houses. I helped write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. We cut taxes for a single mom like the one that raised me by 70%, for dual households by 60%, returning to the average family $4,000. If you don't send it to Washington, we can't spend it. That's good news for the American people.
Okay, but just to follow up, you did, during the Trump administration, you approved 4.4 trillion, 4.1 trillion, 1.7 trillion over the course of that administration. That's a lot of money.
There's no doubt that during the Trump administration, when we were dealing with the COVID virus, we spent more money. But here's what happened at the end of our time in the majority. We had low unemployment, record low unemployment, 3.5% for the majority of the population, 70-year low for women. African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians had an all-time low, but our inflation was at 2%. Under Joe Biden, we've seen the exact opposite. We've seen inflation explode, which led to 12 Federal Reserve increases that's devastating home buyers today.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you're listening to these answers.
If I may,
hold on one second.
We're going to, so I don't know if I get a chance to respond.
He didn't mention you specifically, but we'll be with you in a second, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Ramaswamy, listening to all of this, why should voters choose you over more experienced politicians on this stage? You're basically, a blank slate for people. You're 38 years old. You've said that you only voted in 2 presidential elections before this moment, this political race.
Wow. So first, let me just address a question that is on everybody's mind at home tonight. Who the heck is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician, Brett. You're right about that. I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. I did it while marrying my wife, Apoorva, raising our 2 sons, following our faith in God. That is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our 2 sons and their generation unless we do something about it. And I do think Brett is going to take an outsider, because for a long time, we have professional politicians in the Republican Party who have been running from something. Now is our moment to start running to something, to our vision of what it means to be an American today. If you have a broken car, you don't turn over the keys to the people who broke it again. You hand it over to a new generation to actually fix the problem. That's why I'm in this race, and we're just getting warmed up.
All right, to you, Governor Haley.
Good intro.
So why are you better positioned to turn around this economy that we've heard all of these voters talking about tonight than Mr. Ramaswamy, who is a successful entrepreneur nationally right now? He's beating you in the polls.
Well, I don't care about polls. What I care about the fact is that no one is telling the American people the truth. The truth is that Biden didn't do this to us. Our Republicans did this to us too. When they passed that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill, they left us with 90 million people on Medicaid, 42 million people on food stamps. No one has told you how to fix it. I'll tell you how to fix it. They need to stop the spending. They need to stop the borrowing. They need to eliminate the earmarks that the Republicans brought back in. And they need to make sure they understand these are taxpayer dollars. It's not their dollars. And while they're all saying this, you have Ron DeSantis, you've got Tim Scott, you've got Mike Pence. They all voted to raise the debt. And Donald Trump added $8 trillion to our debt. And our kids are never going to forgive us for this. And so at the end of the day, you look at the 2024 budget, Republicans asked for $7.4 billion in earmarks. Democrats asked for $2.8 billion. So you tell me who are the big spenders. I think it's time for an accountant in the White House.
Vice President Pence, you were mentioned there. 54% of voters say the cost of groceries is a, quote, major problem for them.
Right.
You blamed the Biden administration spending for that increase. But as vice president, your administration spent more than any prior, $7.8 trillion added to the national debt, $3.5 trillion of that before COVID. So does that mean that you're part of the spending problem?
Well, first off, thanks for the question. Thanks for letting me respond to a reference to our administration's record. I'm incredibly proud of the record of the Trump-Pence administration. I mean, in 4 short years, we rebuilt our military. We revived our economy. We unleashed American energy. And we appointed 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court that gave the American people a new beginning for the right to life. Now, Martha, you asked earlier who's the most best prepared for this job. And I must tell you, with all due respect to all of my friends on the stage, and even to one that's probably looking on, I think unquestionably I am the best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race. I was a leader in the Congress of the United States. I led Indiana where we balanced budgets and had a AAA bond rating when I was governor. And as vice president of the United States, we spent funding to backfill on the military cuts of the Obama administration. And then we were there in the worst pandemic in 100 years. All that being said, I was the first person in this race to say that we've got to deal with the long-term national debt issues. You got people on this stage that won't even talk about issues like Social Security and Medicare. I mean, Vivek, you recently said a president can't do everything. Well, I got news for you, Vivek. I've been in the hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor,
Mr. Vice President,
and when I was vice president.
But
yeah,
I mean,
hold
on.
Yeah,
you were named earlier. I'm going to get Vivek first.
We'll get to both of
them. Yeah, this isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
Well, let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you, Vivek, if I can. I'll go slower.
I love this.
I sometimes struggle with the reading comprehension.
Look, I was a House conservative leader before it was cool. I actually pushed a Deficit Reduction Act. That was the last time we actually reduced the national debt in the United States when I was the leader of House conservatives. I balanced budgets and cut taxes when I was governor. I mean, look, Joe Biden has weakened this country at home and abroad. Now is not the time for on-the-job training. We don't need to bring in a rookie. We don't need to bring in people without experience. We need to bring
It's 30 seconds when you have a rebuttal, okay? And you are up, Governor DeSantis.
So here's the thing. Why are we in this mess? Part of it, and a major reason, is because how this federal government handled COVID-19 by locking down this economy. It was a mistake. It should have never happened. And in Florida, we led the country out of lockdown. We kept our state free and open. And I can tell you this, as your president, I will never let the deep state bureaucrats lock you down. You don't take somebody like Fauci and coddle him. You bring Fauci in, you sit him down, and you say, Anthony, you are fired.
You know what? We're going to bring in.
I just want to finish responding to Mike. I just want to respond to Mike for 1 second because he invoked me back. Listen, now that everybody's gotten their memorized, pre-prepared slogans out of the way, we can actually have a real discussion now. The reality and the fact of the matter is...
Was that one of yours?
Not really, Mike, actually. We're just going to have some fun tonight. And the reality is you have a bunch of people, professional politicians, super PAC puppets, following slogans handed over to them by their 400-page super PACs last week. The real choice we face in this primary is this. Do you want a super PAC puppet, or do you want a patriot who speaks the truth? Do you want incremental reform, which is what you're hearing about, or do you want revolution?
Okay.
And I stand on the side of the American Revolution.
We're going to take control back here.
We need everyone to have a moment on the economy.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
Can I address the
there are
COVID
two
issues
people
that
who
the
have
governor
not.
brought up?
We're going to get back to that. We are. There are two people who we have not heard from yet. So let's hear from Governor Burgum and then from Governor Hutchinson on the economy, sir.
Well, great. Thank you, Martha. And of course, I'm from a town of 300 people. It's a big deal to make it on this stage with all these folks. But when they were all wishing me well, and I think I took them a little too literally when they said, go to Milwaukee and break a leg. So, but I do want to say,
which just happened to him, by the way, during a basketball game.
You can't just talk about the Biden economy because the economy, energy, and national security are all tied together. Of course, we're paying too much for our energy in our state, in our country right now. But part of the reason why is because of the Biden policies on energy. We've got a plan right now, the $1.2 trillion of Green New Deal spending buried in the Inflation Creation Act is something that is just subsidizing China. If we're going to stop buying oil from the Middle East and start buying batteries from China, we're just trading OPEC for Sinopec. And then belatedly, the Biden administration says, no, we're going to put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, we put sanctions on Russian oil. Well, then it's 20% off. Who's buying it? China. So if you buy a battery in this country, you buy a solar panel, it's being produced in a plant in China powered by coal, or it's being powered by oil and gas at 20% off. And every farmer in this country would like to buy diesel at 20% off, just like they're buying it in China.
Governor Hutch.
This is Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota.
Thank you, Grant. Delighted to be here tonight. And let me just tell you that I'm a pro-life governor from a conservative state that have a conservative record in which I lowered taxes in Arkansas as governor. I created a $2 billion surplus that I passed over to my successor, and I made sure that we shrunk the size of government. We have 14% fewer state employees in Arkansas after I left government than when I took over as governor 8 years ago. I tell that because that's what we need in Washington, D.C. We need somebody who can actually constrain the growth of the federal government, that can actually reduce the size, and I've pledged to reduce by 10% our federal non-defense workforce. That's a specific pledge to make that attacks the administrative state. And let me applaud some of the business partners that are here that have had success in business. But let me tell you, I've been a federal prosecutor. I've served our country in terms of being head of the DEA, in Homeland Security, in times of crisis. And while I think that that's experience that is important for the future of our country, to be the president of the United States that can lead with positive solutions and be held accountable.
Thank you. We have a lot of topics to get to, and I promise we're going to get to everyone if we play within the rules. Okay, next topic. More than 1,000 people are still unaccounted for in Maui after the deadliest U.S. wildfire in more than a century. Hawaii's governor and White House officials said that climate change amplified the cost of human error.
And a tropical storm hit California for the first time in 84 years. The ocean hit 101 degrees off the coast of Florida. And in the last month, the heat wave in the Southwest broke records nearly 50 years old.
So Alexander Diaz from Young America's Foundation has a question for you all.
Polls consistently show that young people's #1 issue is climate change. How will you, as both President of the United States and leader of the Republican Party, calm their fears that the Republican Party doesn't care about climate change?
So we want to start on this with a show of hands. Do you believe in human behavior is causing climate change? Raise your hand if you do.
Well, look, we're not.
Well, there's a difference between cause and contribute.
I mean, I'm happy to take it to start. Alexander.
So do you want to raise your hand or not?
Cause, contribute, important, right?
Alexander, this. First of all, one of the reasons our country's decline is because of the way the corporate media treats Republicans versus Democrats. Biden was on the beach while those people were suffering. He was asked about it. He said, no comment. Are you kidding me? As somebody that's handled disasters in Florida, you got to be activated. You've got to be there. You've got to be present. You've got to be helping people who are doing this. And here's the deal.
Let's just answer the question.
So is that a yes or is that a yes? Is that a hand raise?
You do not.
I think it was a hand raise for him, and it's my hands are in my pockets.
No,
I didn't raise
a hand.
Let us be honest as Republicans. I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax, and we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for? Hold on. Listen. Hold on.
I've had enough. I've had enough already tonight of a guy who sounds like ChatGPT standing up here.
Okay, that's good.
The last person in one of these debates, Brett, who stood in the middle of the stage and said, what's a skinny guy with an odd last name doing up here was Barack Obama, and I'm afraid we're dealing with the same type of amateur standing on stage tonight.
Come on, give me a hug. What is this? Give me a hug just like you did to Obama.
The same type of amateur.
And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama, too. Give me that
the same type of amateur.
Hold on. Governor Haley, would you like to respond? Are you
so
bought and
Brett,
paid
what
for?
I would like to say is the fact that I think this is exactly why Margaret Thatcher said, if you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Ooh.
First of all, we do
This is comedy.
clean air, clean water. We want to see that taken care of, but there's a right way to do it. And the right way to do it is, first of all, yes, is climate change real? Yes, it is. But if you want to go and really change the environment, then we need to start telling China and India that they have to lower their emissions. That's where our problem is. And these green subsidies that Biden has put in, all he's done is help China, because he doesn't understand all these electric vehicles that he's done, what that does. Half of the batteries for electric vehicles are made in China. And so that's not helping the environment. You're putting money in China's pocket, and Biden did that. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge the truth, which is these subsidies are not working. We also need to take on the international world and say, okay, India and China, you've got to stop polluting. And that's when we'll start to deal with
Senator Scott, are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely.
Are you bought and paid for?
I'm sorry.
Are you bought and paid for?
Absolutely not. I mean, here's what the American people deserve is a debate about the issues that affect their lives. Going back and forth being childish is not helpful to the American people to decide on the next leader of our country. Number one, wait a second. Number two, as a kid who grew up in a single parent household mired in poverty, I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who are devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life? I came to the conclusion that America can do for anyone what she's done for me if we focus on restoring hope, creating opportunities, and protecting America. If we want the environment to be better, and we all do, the best thing to do is to bring our jobs home from China. If we create 10 million new jobs in my Made in America plan, we will have a better economy and a better environment. Let me tell you why I say that, Brett. America.
Do it quickly.
America has cut. I'm a Southern boy. I talk slow. So America.
Another one.
That was quick. America has cut our carbon footprint in half in the last 25 years. The places where they are continuing to increase, Africa, 950 million people. India, over 1 billion. China, over 1 billion. Why would we put ourselves at a disadvantage? Devastating our own economy. Let's bring our jobs home.
We have a lot of different topics to get to.
Yeah, we do. We thank you all. Thank you, Senator Scott. So coming up next, the candidates will weigh in on what could be.
Wow. Okay. Well, as we promised, what we're going to do is while they go to commercial, we're going to listen to a little bit of Trump here. But there were some serious bangers there. If you want to go back and listen to the bangers, go to minute 22 and minute 30. You got about 2 to 3 minutes each on those for some pretty cool bangers there. Let's listen to a little Donald Trump, because what we're going to do is, as they're on ads at Fox, we're going to just listen to Trump for a moment, and then we'll go back as soon as they're back. And here we go.
That he did, but there are those people, there are many people, I think you're one of them, right? But a lot of people think that he was killed. He knew a lot on a lot of people.
He was killed.
This is back to Epstein.
The closer you look, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. I believe everything I hear. But yeah, the closer you look into it, I mean, the Attorney General of the United States, your Attorney General clearly lied about the Epstein death.
Yeah,
And
he was.
Why?
He was certainly. It wasn't well done. They had no cameras. They had no anything. Everybody was sleeping, and a case could be made. Look, I'm not going to get involved in it, but I can tell you a case could be made either way. But it certainly wasn't the most well-run place.
So the reason I'm asking you is I'm looking at the trajectory since 2015 when you got into politics, for real, and then won. It started with protests against you, massive protests,
Right.
organized protests by the left, and then it moved to impeachment twice,
Right.
and now indictment. I mean, the next stage is violence. Are you worried that they're going to try and kill you? Why wouldn't they try and kill you? Honestly,
They're savage animals. They are people that are sick, really sick. You have great people in the Democrat Party. You have great people that are Democrats. Most of the people in our country are fantastic, and I'm representing everybody. I'm not just Republicans or
Right.
conservatives. I represent everybody. I'm the president of everybody. But I've seen what they do. I've seen the lengths that they go to when they make up the Russia. When that's exposed and they go down, and Barr should have gone after them, and other people should have gone after, and they did very late, because the Durham report came out. It was fairly good. It could have been a lot tougher, I guess, but it was fairly good. But it explained how corrupt it was. I'll tell you who did a great job was the Inspector General Horowitz. He did a phenomenal report. You didn't have to go to Durham. He did it on Comey and on, I guess, McCabe and some others. And it was a vicious, it was basically a true report, how bad they are. But these people are sick people. These are people that I think they hate our country. You want to know the truth. When you see open borders, when you see these policies that they have, and so many other things, it's so sad to see. We have a country that's very fragile right now. I've never seen, I will say, look, I ran in 16, which was 15, but I ran in 16, election in 16, and there was tremendous spirit. In 20, there was even more spirit. We got millions and millions more votes. It wasn't even a contest. People said, well, what do you think of 20? I said, we did much better. We did. You got to base it on the number of votes. We got many more votes in 20 than we did in 16. But the election was rigged. It was a rigged election. And with COVID, they used COVID to cheat in a lot of different things. And we have so much on it. It's like so easy. But we had judges that didn't want to look. We had people didn't want to get involved. They called you, he's a conspiracy theorist if you say anything about the election. But I have never seen spirit like there is right now. Even coming down here, just the people on the road that are just absolutely going crazy. And the reason is, I think they like me, and I know they love my policies. I hope they like me too. A lot of people say they don't like me, but they like my policies. I think they like me. But I have never seen spirit like it is right now. And the reason is because crooked Joe Biden is so bad. He's the worst president in the history of our country. I don't think he's going to make it to the gate, but you never know. but he's a corrupt person, so corrupt that I took the name off Hillary. You know, I don't do two people at one time. I took the crooked Hillary and I retired the name. That was a good day for her. I bet she was very happy. And I used it for Joe because it's Crooked Joe. But Joe is really.
But you don't think he's going to make it to November of 2024?
Well, I think he's worse mentally than he is physically, and physically he's not exactly.
We're going to come back to picking up on that. The debate is back. Here we go.
6 state referendums all have upheld abortion rights.
And remember how we're doing this. So we're talking abortion as the topic now. In the commercials, we watch Trump.
That are coming up as we head into the elections as well on this. So, Governor Haley, what do you say to your party and to your state, which today confirmed a 6-week abortion law as well, especially the impact on women suburban voters across this country?
Thank you, Martha. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children. So I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, we need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal because it's personal for every woman and man. Now it's been put in the hands of the people. That's great. When it comes to a federal ban, let's be honest with the American people and say it will take 60 Senate votes. It will take a majority of the House. So in order to do that, let's find consensus. Can't we all agree that we should ban late-term abortions? Can't we all agree that we should encourage adoptions? Can't we all agree that doctors and nurses who don't believe in abortion shouldn't have to perform them? Can't we all agree that contraception should be available? And can't we all agree that we are not going to put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty if she gets an abortion? Let's treat this like a respectful issue that it is and humanize the situation and stop demonizing the situation.
Brett. Very good. She's very professional with her answers. Fantastic answers.
6-week abortion ban in Florida. One of your biggest financial backers said that you need to, quote, shift to get moderates or you will lose. What do you say to him and others who say politically that is a tough thing to sell nationally?
Well, I would say we sold the biggest election landslide victory in the history of the Republican Party in the state of Florida in 2022. That's what I did. We can win. But second of all, look, you got to do what you think is right. I believe in a culture of life. I was proud to sign the heartbeat bill. I remember one of the most impactful moments of my life was when I heard the heartbeat of my oldest daughter in my wife's womb and then saw the sonograms of all 3 of my kids. What the Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong, to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. I know a lady in Florida named Penny. She survived multiple abortion attempts. She was left discarded in a pan. Fortunately, her grandmother saved her and brought her to a different hospital. We're better than what the Democrats are selling. We are not going to allow abortion all the way up till birth, and we will hold them accountable for their extremism.
But just to be clear, Governor, would you sign a 6-week ban federally?
The second time he has not answered questions.
Of life. Look, I understand Wisconsin is going to do it different than Texas. I understand Iowa and New Hampshire are going to do different. But I will support the cause of life as governor and as president.
Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
We must have a national.
Hold on, Senator. Vice President Pence, you're shaking your head.
Well, look, I'm not new to this cause. After I gave my life to Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, I opened up the book and I read, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And see, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life." And I knew from that moment on, the cause of life had to be my cause. And I've been a champion for life in the Congress, a champion for life as governor and as vice president. And to be honest with you, Nikki, you're my friend, but consensus is the opposite of leadership. When the Supreme Court returned this question to the American people, they didn't just send it to the states only. It's not a states only issue, it's a moral issue. And I promise you, as President of the United States, the American people will have a champion for life in the Oval Office. Can't we have a minimum standard in every state in the nation that says when a baby is capable of feeling pain, an abortion cannot be allowed. A 15-week ban is an idea whose time has come. It's supported by 70% of the American people, but it's going to take unapologetic leadership that stands on principle and expresses compassion for women in crisis pregnancies. I'll do that as President of the United States.
He called my name, so I want to respond to that.
30 seconds.
So first of all, I will say it is in the hands of the people, and that's where it should be. But when you're talking about a federal ban, be honest with the American people. We haven't had 45 pro-life senators in over 100 years. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president could ban all those state laws. Don't make women feel like they have to decide on this issue when you know we don't have 60 Senate votes in the House.
70% of the American people support legislation
but
to ban
70%
abortion
of the
after a
Senate
baby is
does
capable
not.
of experiencing pain.
It's
just going to take leadership.
Hold on.
70% of the Senate does not. You have to be honest with the American people.
A 15-week limit.
Let's get Governor Bergman for one minute here. But the Supreme Court did overturn Roe v. Wade, and the result of that decision was that it went back to the states. So that's where it is right now. So as I understand it, you are not in favor of a federal ban. What do you say about the states? There's about 5 of them, including New Jersey, I think a few others, that allow abortion up until the time of birth, though. If you were president, would you be able to abide that?
Well, first of all, I'm a pro-life governor of a very pro-life state. And this issue is, of course, very important. But I am on the record, and I stand behind that we should not have a federal abortion ban. We should not. And the reason why we shouldn't is very simple. It's the 10th Amendment in the Constitution. In the Constitution, which the states created the federal government, not the other way around, it says that there were certain duties allowed to the federal government delegated to them by the states. The rest are left to the states, comma, or importantly, or to the people. We need to get back to freedom and liberty for the people in this country. And we can't have Republicans who fight for 50 years for this great cause and to return it back to the states. And then the next day they turn around and go, no, the feds should do that, because the feds are stepping into people's lives. They're stepping into people's businesses over and over. If we say that the feds should be in on this one, where do we stop? I say that we follow the Constitution, and this is returned to the states. This is where it should be.
But Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. Time out. You signed a 6-week ban. Governor Burgum, you signed a 6-week ban. So you're saying federally, it's all going to go to the states.
Yes, and what is going to work in New York will never work in North Dakota, and vice versa. That's
Governor
why 50 states. That's why 50 states.
This is too important of an issue that I have to address. First of all, the Supreme Court gave it back to the elected representatives, whether it's the states or whether it's the United States Congress. So there is authority, and that's why President Biden is pushing for a Democrat proposal, which is, in essence, abortion on demand through the term. So they have their extreme position at a national level. It's most likely going to be addressed in the states, but it's certainly fine for it to be addressed at the national level as well. Arkansas has the record of being the most pro-life state in the nation. I signed 30 pro-life pieces of legislation while I was governor. And every state can determine a different outcome here. And it is the most important issue for women and for the unborn child and for our country that we get this right. It's going to be a continued debate. Let's talk about it in terms of compassion, in terms of protecting the life, and also understanding how we have to enhance adoption services, how we have to enhance maternal care. Those things we've done in Arkansas and are important for our nation's future.
There are a lot of issues that are very important. Senator, I'll let you weigh in.
We cannot let states like California, New York, and Illinois have abortions on demand up until the day of birth. That is immoral. It is unethical. It is wrong. We must have a president of the United States who will advocate and fight for, at the minimum, a 15-week limit. I am 100% pro-life conservative. I have 100% pro-life record. I got to tell you, though, we must fight for life. Our Declaration of Independence says our Creator gave us inalienable rights that include life. That is a list. That is an issue we must solve. We can't leave it to Illinois. We can't leave it to Minnesota. We can't leave it to Illinois. We must solve that issue with a 15-week limit at a minimum.
Brett, I think we're all pro-life.
California's at like 20 and New York's at like 24. To say up to the end is not true unless there's threat to the mother's life.
For 40 weeks, because that's what the media needs to be asking.
All right, another issue.
Nobody's saying 40 weeks unless somebody's going to die.
Homelessness crisis. American cities are in decline. People are moving out as homelessness, drugs, crime move in.
Vivek didn't answer on this. Interesting. Abortion.
During the pandemic and are still rising, actually.
Murders in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, all up 30% between 2019 and 2022. Homelessness is up 11%, the largest jump in recorded history. Vice President Pence, a lot of this began in the COVID era. How much of what we're seeing happening around this country is a result of those COVID lockdowns? And is your administration in part to blame for how we got here?
Well, I think what's in part to blame is the Democrats have been talking about defunding the police for the last 5 years. And we ought to be funding law enforcement, particularly in our major cities, at unprecedented levels. I mean, it's extraordinary to think about the violence that's
You got no claps on that.
literally every week in every major city in this country. And yet Democrats and liberal prosecutors in major metropolitan areas continue to work out their fanciful agendas, to do bail reform and go easy. What we need is strong commitment to law enforcement. We need leadership in Washington, D.C. that'll marshal the resources of the states, marshal the resources of the American people. But let me also say it's about opportunity. I mean, a lot of people don't know that those Trump-Pence tax cuts that we got signed into law go away at the end of 2025 if we don't have a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. When I'm president of the United States, we're actually going to cut taxes further. We're going to extend those tax cuts, and we're going to close the Federal Department of Education, block grant all that funding back to the states. With a growing economy and educational choice and law enforcement, we will bring our cities back.
Governor Christie, another issue. This weekend here in Milwaukee, reports say there were 30 shootings, and a number of them including kids. Add that to the big increase in school shootings around the country. Democrats blame this crisis on easy access to guns. They also blame Republicans for blocking gun control legislation. What would President Christie do?
You know, I'm proud of the fact, Brett, that I'm the only person along with Governor Hutchinson up on this stage who's actually running United States Attorney's Office. I ran the 5th largest office in America in a state where there is significant urban crime. And the problem is not going to be solved by more money. The problem is that these prosecutors in these localities in the states are refusing to do their job and to arrest violent criminals. So what President Christie would do is appoint an attorney general who would instruct each of the 93 U.S. attorneys that they are to take over the prosecution of violent crime in every one of those cities that are failing to do so. We have plenty of room in the federal prisons to lock up these violent criminals and clean up what's going on all across this country in these individual cities. Secondly, what we need to make sure that each and every one of these criminals understand is that the laws apply to everybody. And when Hunter Biden fills out a fake application, a false application for a gun permit, and then is facing a 10-year mandatory minimum, which was mandated by legislation sponsored by his father. And then you have a Justice Department that walks away from those charges. We're telling people that the law doesn't apply to everybody. In a Christie administration, he would go to jail for 10 years.
What about a President Ramaswamy? What does a President Ramaswamy do about guns?
So the reality is we have a crime wave in this country and we know how to fix it. The question is, do we actually have the spine to do it? More cops in the streets who are on the streets able to do their jobs without looking over their shoulder for getting sued. And we also have a mental health epidemic in this country. Just over the same period that we have closed mental health institutions, we have seen a spike in violent crime. Do we have the spine to bring them back? I think we should. As president, I will. But it's not just drugging up people in those psychiatric institutions with Zoloft and Seroquel. It's a deeper issue. I think faith-based approaches can play a role here too. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. and I say this as a member of my generation, the problem in our country right now, the reason we have that mental health epidemic is that people are so hungry for purpose and meaning at a time when family, faith, patriotism, hard work have all disappeared. What we really need is a tonal reset from the top, saying that this is what it means to be an American. Yes, we will stand for the rule of law. Yes, we will close the southern border where criminals are coming in every day. And yes, we will back law enforcement because we remember who we really are. And that's also how we address that mental health epidemic in the next generation that is directly leading to violent crime across this country.
Governor DeSantis, really quickly. Governor DeSantis.
We don't have an identity crisis with that. We're not looking for a new national identity. The American people are the most faith-filled, freedom-loving, idealistic, hardworking people the world has ever known. We just need government as good as our people.
Well, Mike, I think the difference is you might have some others that like you may have on the stage. It's Morning in America speech. It is not Morning in America. We live in a dark moment, and we have to confront the fact that we're in an internal sort of cold cultural civil war. And we have to
equating
recognize
American
that
people with the failed government in Washington, D.C. We just need government as good as our people again.
So, let me just finish addressing that slogan because I don't know what that slogan means. We need to shut down the administrative state. That's actually how we translate it.
Crime has been on the rise in Florida, Governor DeSantis.
Vivek did not answer on guns, by the way.
Well, actually, crime's at a 50-year low in Florida.
We're
happy with that. Well, the statewide, it's a 50-year low. And so here's the thing. These hollowed out cities, this is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons is because you have George Soros funding these radical left-wing district attorneys. They get into office and they say they're not going to prosecute crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum. There's one guy in this entire country that's ever done anything about that. Me. When we had two of these district attorneys in Florida elected with Soros funding who said they wouldn't do their job, I removed them from their posts. They are gone. And as president, we are going to go after all of these people because they are hurting the quality of life and they are victimizing innocent people in every corner of this country. And it will stop when I get into office.
Okay, one more here before the break, Governor Bergen.
But Brett and Martha, I just thought it was interesting. You asked your question about the problems we're having in big cities. Nobody ever asked the question of what about the crime wave in small towns? Because in a small town, neighbors help neighbors. People understand each other. If a farmer gets sick, everybody comes together and helps them get the crop off. There's accountability. There's transparency. One thing that I think this country could use is somebody in the White House that understands small town values, because that's our road back to get this country on track again.
Governor Hutchinson.
As former head of the DEA, I understand the drug crisis in America. And right now, whenever you look at the challenges in our inner city, there's three simple words that would be helpful. One, enforce the law when it comes to crime. Secondly, let's deal with the challenge of fentanyl. And it's both about stopping the fentanyl coming from Mexico, but it's also about education of our young people, making sure that we have the tools that are needed for addiction counseling. That's what we expanded in Arkansas as well. Whenever you look at the underlying challenge of America, though, no one likes to see an America with smash and grab in our inner cities. As President of the United States, that will stop. It starts at the top with the respect for our justice system that a former president who's under indictment has undermined by attacking judges, by attacking prosecutors, by attacking the system and saying he's aggrieved. And so we have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top with the President of the United States.
Brett, thank you.
Hold on. Take a break. So speaking of that, right now you are looking live at Fulton County Jail, where former President Donald Trump will be processed tomorrow. So next, the candidates will have an opportunity to talk about the coming trials of Donald Trump.
All right. Speaking of Donald Trump, we are going to, as usual, in the commercial breaks, hop back on over to listen to Donnie T.
Exactly.
This is, by the way, Donald Trump talking about Biden's mental health being worse than his physical health.
A triathlete or any kind of an athlete, you look at him, he can't walk to the helicopter. He walks, he can't lift his feet out of the grass. You know, it's only 2 inches at the White House, right? It's not a lot. but you watch him and it looks like he's walking on toothpicks. So, and then you see him on the beach where he can't lift a chair. You know, those chairs are meant to be light, right? They're like 2 ounces. You lift him up. He can't lift the chair. He can't walk to the chair. And I don't know what they're doing with the beach. You know, this beach is seeming to play a big role, but they love pictures of him on the beach. I think he looks terrible on the beach. He looks terrible on the beach.
Skinny legs.
Well, he can't walk through the sand. You know, sand is not that easy to walk through, but when he walks through it, he can't walk through the sand. And there's somebody in there that thinks he looks fabulous at the beach. I think he looks horrible at the beach. Plus, the beach doesn't represent what a president's supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be working. He's supposed to be getting us out of that horrible, horrible war that we're very much involved in with Russia.
DeSantis made this similar argument. Remember, he also slammed Biden for being on the beach and not responding to the disaster in Hawaii.
And Ukraine, you could do that. You could do that very easily. I believe you could do that I don't believe he could do it because he's just incompetent. But that's a war that should end immediately, not because of one side or the other, because hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. Can you imagine you're in an apartment house and rockets are going into that building and blowing it up and knocking it down? And
terrible.
Who can, why should anybody, human beings, these are human, whether they're Russian or Ukrainian or whatever they are, it's got to be stopped. And it can be stopped very easily. It would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started.
So back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think he's failing? He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons, the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
But
she seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme. It's weird. It's weird. But she has bad moments. And
in rhyme? What do you?
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future. And I think they probably have some kind of a primary and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right? I mean,
could be. I mean, you know, I always got along well with him, believe it or not, but could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders because you look at California, what's happened. But I don't know if the American people really, the people that vote for him, I don't even know if they care. You know, you look at so many of the things that are going on and people don't seem to be, in the old days, if you had a bad record, it meant a lot. Today, if you have a bad record, it doesn't really mean anything. You know, he looks good. He's a nice looking guy, speaks well. But Biden, every time you watch him talking, it's like he's walking on eggs. You're waiting for him to collapse. And he almost always does. And I got to know the leaders of all of the countries, essentially, but the big ones. And the bigger, the tougher the leader. You know, it's like sort of, I guess maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. But I got to know President Xi of China and Putin and Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Did a great job with North Korea, kept us out of a nuclear war. We would have 40,000 dead soldiers right now. They'd drop a nuke right on top of the military base. But we have 40,000 soldiers over there. And I did great. I got along with them great. It's that's a positive. You know, the press said, he said nice things about Kim Jong-un. I also said horrible things at the beginning. Horrible enough that he wanted to talk. And we talked and we met in Singapore. We met actually twice. And we had unbelievable meetings. I know him very well. We were in great shape with him.
What do you think he and Xi and Putin think of Biden?
I think they can't believe it. I think they probably say this is some kind of a system. You know, they had great respect for our country. They respected me. They had great respect for our country when I was there. Every one of them. Look, if you go to North Korea, you take a look at what happened. You know, the Olympics was dead. South Korea spent billions on the Olympics. Nobody was going to go. They didn't want to get blown up.
Okay, we're going to come right back since the debate is back. Here we go.
Primary debate, policy discussions the Americans want to hear you all on. China, Ukraine, immigration, education. But we are going to take a brief moment and talk about the elephant not in the room.
Former President Trump has been indicted in 4 different states on 91 counts. He will be processed tomorrow in Georgia at the Fulton County Jail for charges relating to the 2020 election loss.
You all signed a pledge to support the eventual Republican nominee. If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
Vivek. Wow. Scott. DeSantis. Pence. Slowly. Christie.
Just hold on. So just to be clear, Governor Christie, you were kind of late to the game there, but you raised your hand?
No, I'm doing this. Look, I'm doing this.
And
not
I know
this.
you didn't.
Whoa. No.
What's the
Look, here's the bottom line. Someone's got to stop normalizing this conduct. Okay? Now whether or not you believe that the criminal charges are right or wrong, the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States. And you know, this is the great thing about this country. Booing is allowed, but it doesn't change the truth. It doesn't change the truth.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you raised your hand supporting.
No, I'd like to get in and respond. Let's just speak the truth, okay? President Trump, I believe, was the best president of the 21st century. It's a fact. And Chris Christie, honest to God, your claim that Donald Trump is motivated by vengeance and grievance would be a lot more credible if your entire campaign were not based on vengeance and grievance against one man. And if people at home want to see a bunch of people blindly bashing Donald Trump without an iota of vision for this country, they could just change the channel to MSNBC right now. But I'm not running for president of MSNBC. I am running for president of the United States. We're skating on thin ice, and we cannot set a precedent where the party in power uses police force to indict its political opponents. It is wrong. We have to end the weaponization of justice in this country.
30 seconds, Governor DeSantis.
Let me tell you
I'm sorry.
You,
30 seconds, Governor
you
Christie.
make me laugh because
Goes
you
both ways, brother.
sit here in an answer. You sit here in an answer right.
He can't even respond.
You sit here in an answer.
Go ahead, Governor Christie.
Hold on, Governor Christie.
Hold on.
He got shut up.
Well, so listen, the more time we spend doing this, the less time they can talk about issues you want to talk about. So let's just get through this section. Governor Christie.
You sit here talking about how you want to stand up for the rule of law.
Yes.
And law and order. And the fact is that it can't be selective. In your book, you had much different things to say about Donald Trump than you're saying here tonight.
That's not true.
Well, it is very true.
That is not true.
It's very true. I read it,
Because
and
there's
I know.
a difference between bad behavior and illegal behavior, Chris. And you as a prosecutor should know better.
Yeah, you know what? I know a lot better.
There's a difference between bad behavior.
And I know a lot better than you do. You've never done it like you've never done anything to try to advance the interests of this government except to put yourself forward as a candidate tonight. And here's the thing. We've stood up for law and order. I did it as U.S. attorney. I did it as governor. And I am not going to bow to anyone when we have a president of the United States who disrespects the Constitution. He said,
Your MSNBC contributor.
he said,
these are politicized indictments.
Martha,
we have to call out the truth.
Martha, it's important to say that the president said, Donald Trump said, it's okay to suspend the Constitution. Now, the oath you take is to preserve, protect, and defend, not suspend. I will always stand up for our Constitution, regardless of the political pressure.
We have another question for you. We're going to get everyone in on this issue, but I have another question. I have another question. Hold on, you will. All right. So President Trump's former vice president is on this stage tonight. He has faced hecklers on the campaign trail over his actions on January the 6th. On that day, the vice president moved forward with the certification of the election. So do you believe that Mike Pence did the right thing, Senator Scott? Do you believe he did the right thing?
Absolutely. He did the right thing. Number one. Number two, we should be We should be asking ourselves a bigger question about the weaponization of the Department of Justice. When I'm president, the first thing I'll do is fire Merrick Garland. Second thing I'll do, fire Christopher Wray, because we need Lady Justice to wear a blindfold. Without that, no one has confidence in our justice system. 17% of Republicans have confidence in our Department of Justice. Here's why. We keep seeing not only the weaponization of the Department of Justice against political opponents, but also against parents who show up at school board meetings. They're called, under this DOJ, they're called domestic terrorists.
Firing Christopher
but that's not, but that's not
shut down the FBI. Actually have the courage to get it right.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Let me finish my comments.
Yes.
Not only that, in addition to that, we see the SWAT team show up at pro-life activist homes with guns drawn because this DOJ uses their power, uses their authority, not just against political opponents, but against conservatives and conservative causes. It is time for a change in America, and I will bring that change to the greatest nation on God's green earth.
We have an important
But Governor
question still
DeSantis, do you
answer.
believe that Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th?
So here's what we need to do. We need to end the weaponization of these federal agents.
But that's not
I
the
will do
question.
that.
That's not the question.
I know, but here's the thing.
You can answer the
This
question.
election is not about January 6th of 2021. It's about January 20th of 2025 when the next president is going to take office. I know what the Democrats would like to do. They want to talk about all these other issues, but we've got to focus on your future. We've got to focus on reversing the decline of our country.
Right.
I learned in the military, I was assigned with U.S. Navy SEALs in Iraq, that you focus on the mission above all else. You can't get distracted. So Republicans, we've got to look forward, and we've got to make sure that we're bringing the message that can win in
Vice
November
President Pence,
2024.
Did not answer the question.
Vice President Pence, what do you think, Vice President?
Is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I think the American people deserve to know whether everyone on this stage agrees that I kept my oath to the Constitution that day. There's no more important duty. So answer the question.
I've answered this before.
So yes.
Why are we? Mike did his duty. I got no beef with him. But here's the thing: is this what we're going to be focusing on
I'm relieved.
going forward? The rehashing of this. I'll tell you,
Governor
the
DeSantis,
Democrats would love that, and they will win if we
Governor
let him get away
DeSantis,
with it. I'm not letting Biden hang out in the basement this time. We're going to run him ragged around this country, and we're going to hold him accountable.
let me just say, Governor DeSantis, we spent an hour talking about policy. Former President Trump is beating you by 30, 40 points in many polls. So it is a factor in the GOP primary. Governor Hutchinson, you did not raise your hand.
I did not raise my hand because there's an important issue we as a party have to face. And over a year ago, I said that Donald Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars who says he may be disqualified under the 14th Amendment from being president again as a result of the insurrection. This is something that could disqualify him under our rules and under the Constitution. And so, obviously, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony or who is disqualified under our Constitution. And that's consistent with RNC rules. And I hope everybody would agree with me.
We're going to get to a lot more time.
We're going to move on. No, we're going to.
Martha, can I answer the question?
Can I get in on
Okay, I'd like to answer.
I've already been in on
Hang
it,
on.
Vice President Pence.
All right, I'd like to answer the question
Go
you
ahead.
asked and not give a pre-canned speech. Mike Pence stood for the Constitution, and he deserves not grudging credit. He deserves our thanks as Americans for putting his oath of office and the Constitution of the United States before personal, political, and unfair pressure. And the argument that we need to have in this party before we can move on to the issues that Ron talked about is we have to dispense with the person who said that we need to suspend the Constitution to put forward his political career. Mike Pence said no, and he deserves credit for it.
Okay. Governor Haley, we haven't heard.
quick note, it seems like if you bag on Trump in this debate, you get massive boos.
Thing that day or not?
I do think that Vice President Pence did the right thing. And I do think that we need to give him credit for that. But what I will also tell you is, look, I mean, when it comes to whether President Trump should serve or not, I trust the American people. Let them vote. Let them decide. But what they will tell you is that it is time for a new generational conservative leader. We have to look at the fact that 3/4 of Americans don't want a rematch between Trump and Biden. And we have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win a general election that way.
Governor Williams?
Governor Berger?
It's Governor Berger, an opportunity.
Happy to answer the question. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. But I want to say, you started off the top of this hour saying we're going to talk about China, Ukraine, education.
We are.
China is the number one threat to our country. And every minute that these 8 candidates spend talking about the past instead about the future is time that is just you know who loves it? Biden loves it, but China loves it when we're talking about the past.
Okay, as promised, we were going to spend a few questions on it, let people say what they wanted to say. And now, indeed, we are moving on to the subject.
The U.S. has committed nearly 77.
Can I speak on this issue? I was kind of involved.
You answered on this.
You did say
answer.
something.
Yeah.
We thought you were done, but you
no, I
please.
wasn't done.
Well, Mike, why don't you say this? Join me in making a commitment that on day one you would pardon Donald Trump. I'm the only candidate on the stage who had the courage to actually say it. That is how we move our nation forward.
I don't know
and
why
turn the
you
page
assume that
forward. That's
Donald
exactly
Trump
right.
will be convicted of these crimes.
You should be able to make a commitment. The same justice system that was this
That's
corrupt.
the difference between you and me.
Yeah, I'm not a professional politician. That's the difference. You can answer a question.
I've actually given pardons when I was governor of the state of Indiana. It usually follows a finding of guilt and contrition by the individual that's been convicted. So, look, if I'm president of the United States, we'll give fair consideration to any pardon request. But if I may, you know, it's not about looking back at January 2021. It's about January 20th, 2017. I put my left hand on Ronald Reagan's Bible. I raised my right hand. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. And it ended with a prayer, so help me God. It was a promise that I made to the American people, but I also made it to my Heavenly Father. Every day for 4 years, I sought to keep that oath. And everyone on this stage needs to make it clear whether or not they'll do the same if they earn this job and the confidence of the American people. Now, look, I've made it clear. I had hoped that the issues surrounding the 2020 election and the controversies around January 6th had not come to this, had not come to criminal proceedings. I would rather they had been resolved by the American people and the American people alone. But no one's above the law, and President Trump is entitled to the presumption of innocence that every American is entitled to, and we will make sure and extend that to him. But the American people deserve to know that the president asked me in his request that I reject or return votes unilaterally, power that no vice president in American history had ever exercised or taken. He asked me to put him over the Constitution. And I chose the Constitution, and I always will. I had no right to overturn the election, and Kamala Harris will have no right to overturn the election when we beat them in 2024.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Now we are moving on to other issues. The U.S. has committed nearly $77 billion in aid to the Ukraine war. The administration is now asking Congress for $24 billion more. Regardless of that, the specifics of that plan, is there anyone on stage who would not support the increase of more funding to Ukraine?
We
I would not support it.
Europe needs to step up. I mean, I would have Europe step up and do their job.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Vivek is strong with that hand raise. Very smart.
Governor DeSantis?
I will have Europe pull their weight. Right now, they're not doing that.
Would not support
and I think we need
more
to do, and I think our support should be contingent on them doing it. And I would have support in China to be able to take China and do what we need to do with China.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you would not support an increase of funding to Ukraine?
I would not. And I think that this is disastrous. that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border when we should use those same military resources to prevent across the invasion of our own southern border here in the United States of America. We are driving Russia further into China's hands. The Russia-China alliance is the single greatest threat we face. And I find it offensive that we have professional politicians on the stage that will make a pilgrimage to Kyiv, to their Pope, Zelensky, without doing the same thing for people in Maui or the south side of Chicago or Kensington. I think that we have to put the interests of Americans first, secure our own border instead of somebody else's. And the reality is, this is also how we project strength by making America strong at home.
All right, we heard the names. Governor Christie first.
All right, look, I did go to Ukraine, and I went to Ukraine because I wanted to see for myself what Vladimir Putin's army was doing to the free Ukrainian people. And let me tell you, I want you all to look around this arena tonight and imagine that every one of these seats was filled. And if every one of them was filled, there would still be 2,500 more children outside to make over 20,000 who have been abducted, stolen, ripped from their mothers and fathers, and brought back to Russia to be programmed to fight their own families. They have gouged out people's eyes, cut off their ears, and shot people in the back of the head, men, and then gone into those homes and raped the daughters and the wives who were left as widows and orphans. This is the Vladimir Putin. This is the Vladimir Putin who Donald Trump called brilliant and a genius. If we don't stand up against this type of autocratic killing in the world, we will be next.
Hang on. You were mentioned. Governor Haley, we'll come back.
Vice President Pence was mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, let me be clear. Anybody that thinks that we can't solve the problems here in the United States and be the leader of the free world has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
That is incorrect.
We can do both, Vivek. We've done both. We've been the leader of the free world and the arsenal of democracy for years. The Reagan Doctrine years ago made it clear. We said, if you're willing to fight the communists on your soil, we'll give you the means to fight them there so our troops don't have to fight them. Vivek, if we do the giveaway that you want to give to Putin to give him his land, it's not going to be too long before he rolls across a NATO border. And frankly, our men and women of our armed forces are going to have to go and fight him. I want to let the Ukrainians fight and drive Putin and the Russians back out into Russia.
I want to just briefly address Vice President Pence. I have a newsflash. The USSR does not exist anymore. It fell back in 1990.
Did I say
the real
USSR?
threat, you talked about the communists, and the real communists that we have to address right now
have any idea what Vladimir Putin's aims are?
You already spoke. Now I actually have something to say.
Vladimir Putin has been saying he wants to reestablish the old Soviet sphere
You've made
of
your point,
influence.
Vice President.
Now,
Vice President Pence,
I'm sorry if I insulted him by calling him a communist. He is a dictator and a murderer. And the United States of America needs to stand against authoritarianism.
Mr. Ramaswamy, 30 seconds.
Respond. The real threat we face today is communist China. And we are driving Russia further into China's arms. The Russia-China military alliance is the single greatest threat we face. Nobody in either political party is talking about it. And I am the only non-neocon on this stage who will keep us out of war.
Mr. Vice President, we can't hear. Mr. Vice President,
is to give Russia everything they've got.
Mr. Vice President,
give them a promise that Ukraine will never be in NATO, and then somehow
Mr. Vice President,
China will not think about taking Taiwan. We achieve peace through strength.
Mr. Vice
America
President
needs to stand for freedom.
Okay, here we go.
I think we need to reestablish some ground rules
when
here,
we
folks.
hear this bell,
yes,
that means your time's done. So, Mr. Vice President, we appreciate your aggressiveness here. 30 seconds is 30 seconds. Mr. Ramaswamy, you were mentioned. You get 30 seconds.
So the reality is that today, Ukraine is not a priority for the United States of America. And I think that the same people who took us into the Iraq War, the same people who took us into the Vietnam War, you cannot start another no-win war. And I do not want to get to the point where we're sending our military resources abroad when we could be better using them here at home to protect our own borders, protect the homeland.
All right.
That will be my top priority in foreign
And
policy.
we gave you more
protect
than
this
the 30
homeland.
seconds in the rebut. So I do want to get to some other people because everybody, we respect everybody's time here. So Governor Haley, you did not raise your hand, meaning that you would support more funding for the Ukraine war. You have said of Governor DeSantis that you didn't appreciate it when he initially called it a territorial dispute. Why?
First of all, the American president needs to have moral clarity. They need to know the difference between right and wrong. They need to know the difference between good and evil. When you look at the situation with Russia and Ukraine, here you have a pro-American country that was invaded by a thug. So when you want to talk about what has been given to Ukraine, less than 3.5% of our defense budget has been given to Ukraine. If you look at the percentages per GDP, 11 of the European countries have given more than the US. But what's really important is go back to when China and Russia held hands, shook hands before the Olympics and named themselves unlimited partners. A win for Russia is a win for China. We have to know that. Ukraine is the first line of defense for us. And the problem that Vivek doesn't understand is he wants to hand Ukraine to Russia. He wants to let China eat Taiwan. He wants to go and stop funding Israel. You don't do that to friends. What you do instead is you have the backs of your friends. Ukraine is the front line of defense. Putin has said, once Russia takes Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. That's a world war. We're trying to prevent war. Look at what Putin did today. He killed Prigozhin. When I was at the UN, the Russian ambassador suddenly died. This guy is a murderer, and you are choosing a murderer over a pro-American country.
First of all, Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 30 seconds. Mr. DeSantis,
Nikki, I wish you well in your future career on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon.
You know, I'm not on the boards of Lockheed and Raytheon. And you know,
Boeing came off of it, but you've been pushing this lie. You've been pushing this lie all week, Nikki.
You want to go and defund Israel? You want to
okay, let me address that. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to address each of those right now. This is the false lies of a professional politician. There you have it.
Your watch,
so the reality
is, America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what? The foreign policy experience that you all have shows in the pointless wars we've gotten into. I have to address that. So our relationship with Israel will never be stronger than by the end of my first term. But it's not a client relationship. It is a friendship. And you know what friends do? Friends help each other stand on their own 2 feet. So I will lead Abraham Accords 2.0. I will partner with Israel to make sure Iran never is nuclear armed. But you know what I love about Israel? And I've been there probably in the last 10 years more than most people on this stage. You know what I love about them? I love their border policies. I love their tough on crime policies. I love that they have a national identity and an iron dome to protect their homeland. And so, yes, I want to learn from the friends that we're supporting. And what puzzles me is, I want to learn from those and apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Israel
that is the
needs
answer.
America. America needs Israel.
Okay, Governor DeSantis, you were mentioned in the territorial dispute. Not only...
no, it's not a territorial dispute
President
either.
of the United States, your first obligation is to defend our country and its people. And that means... you're sending all this money, but you're not doing what we need to do to secure our own border. We have tens of thousands of people who are being killed because we're not handling both. And so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead.
We're actually going to move on to China. We're going to talk about China.
Okay.
Governor Burgum, China has the biggest navy in the world, the biggest army in the world. Now they have warships off the coast of Alaska. They are threatening Taiwan. In coming years, China will have 1,500 nuclear warheads, it's believed. The U.S. just arrested 2 sailors accused of spying for China within our military. So the question is, how would you deter China as a president, Burgum?
Well, this is the number one issue we're facing. And of course, we haven't been talking about it, and we act like that letting Russia win in the Ukraine is like a gimme as opposed to a gift to China. Russia has become China's gas station. But how would we do it? The Biden administration is a complete fail. China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day, more than any other country in the world. They do not even have all the food they need to feed everybody in that country. So they don't have energy security or food security. But the Biden administration sends Blinken, Yellen over there. They're over there. They don't even bring up energy because they're too busy trying to kill the U.S. energy here. And what we need to do is not meetings, not press releases, because something that would send a lot more than a press release is actually Harpoon missiles. We need anti-ship missiles on Taiwan. The way that you have a war never start, which is the goal, the way you have peace through strength is that you actually have strength. You actually have deterrence. And what we have in what we've got going on in Ukraine is an example of when deterrence fail. What is an example there of Biden's disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the fact that he green-lighted Putin moving into Ukraine, and then now they see weakness, and when they see weakness, they make a move. And we have to be strong, and we have to be strong both in Ukraine, and we can solve the southern border. Absolutely, we can do that, because guess what? There's only 19,855 authorized people for the Border Patrol, but they're not all staff because the Biden administration doesn't enforce law enforcement. But Biden administration wanted to put 87,000 people in the IRS as opposed to giving the money and the support we need to our own Border Patrol.
Okay. Senator Scott on China.
Quick note, China currently has 400 nuclear warheads. The Pentagon does think that'll grow to 1,500 by 2035.
And hire or double the number of Border Patrol agents. I just left Yuma, Arizona about 2 weeks ago. The most pressing need of the American people from a national security standpoint is our southern border. It has led to the death of 70,000 Americans because of fentanyl, plus 6 million illegal crossings since President Biden has taken office, and 200 people on our national security watch list have been caught at our border. How many have not been caught at our southern border? If we just spend $10 billion, we could finish the wall. For $5 billion more, we could have the military-grade technology to surveil our southern border to stop the flow of fentanyl and save 70,000 Americans a year. That should be the priority of this government. And as the next president of the United States, I will make that border wall complete.
There are many more questions on China. I do want to ask about.
I want to say I couldn't agree more. It's not just the 70,000 from fentanyl. We've lost 200,000 people to overdoses since Biden took office. That's 300 people a day. We're taking mass casualties, and that's a statistic, but these are sons and daughters, nieces and nephews that we're losing. We've got North Dakota troops down there flying night helicopter missions from San Diego to the Gulf Coast, trying to stop these transnational criminal organizations. They've got better funding on their side than we've got on our side.
Speaking of which, Governor Hutchinson, images from earlier this month, Governor Hutchinson,
with Mexico,
Vice President
Mexico
Pence,
policy.
images from
We built
earlier
hundreds
this
of
month.
miles of wall. We secured the southern
Vice
border of
President
the United
Pence, it
States.
really doesn't help. I'm asking a question. Earlier this month, images showed suspected cartel members crossing into Texas with rifles. Do you consider this an invasion? Would you authorize lethal force along that border?
There would be lethal force used by the Border Patrol, law enforcement as needed to protect the border. Absolutely. When you look at the military has to be used for intelligence gathering purposes. This is not unusual. Whenever I was in the Bush administration, we went down there and met with President Vicente Fox of Mexico and asked his help in going after the cartels. And he looked at me and said, they're a problem to us as well. And so we joined together and we took down the Ariana Felix brothers leading the Tijuana cartel. And that made a difference. Ramon was shot and killed and Ben Amin was captured. Cooperation makes a difference. We cannot be successful going against the cartel unless we bring in Mexico as a partner. We have to use economic pressure to accomplish that. President Obrador has not been helpful, and we have to use economic pressure that this administration is not using. The rule of law has to matter on both sides of it.
Okay.
This is critical. I've done it. We know what needs to be done. The military has to be limited in its use. When after 9/11, we had the global war on terror, and guess what? We protected the border at the same time. You can do both.
Okay, let's go to Governor DeSantis. So, as president, would you support sending U.S. Special Forces over the border into Mexico to take out fentanyl labs, to take out drug cartel operations? Would you support that kind of American military use?
Yes, and I will do it on day one. Here's the thing. The cartels are killing tens of thousands of our fellow citizens. You want to talk about a country in decline? You have the cartels controlling a lot of part of your southern border. We have to reestablish the rule of law, and we have to defend our people. The President of the United States has got to use all available powers as Commander-in-Chief to protect our country and to protect the people. So when they're coming across, yes, we're going to use lethal force. Yes, we reserve the right to operate. How many more tens of thousands are we going to let to die? I am sick. I've met angel moms throughout this country. I met a lady in Texas named Tracy, and her son took one Percocet that was laced with fentanyl, immediately died. That is happening all across this country because of the poison that they are bringing in. So as president, would I use force? Would I treat them as foreign terrorist organizations? You're darn right I would.
You know, Vice President Pence.
Strong answers, but some things he just doesn't answer.
At this issue than Governor DeSantis. Governor DeSantis on the campaign trail refers to your administration as not finishing the wall.
Right, right. Look, we secured the southern border of the United States of America and reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. When Joe Biden took over, he threw open the southern border of the United States, and the wave of humanity, the wave of fentanyl that's been eloquently described here is a wave of human tragedy across this country. But Martha, you began this evening talking about who is best prepared to be the next president of the United States. And I have to tell you, with all humility, I was there when we negotiated through the government shutdown and got the funding available to build the wall. I was negotiating on Capitol Hill around the clock. I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy on behalf of the President of the United States. And Asa, you're so right. It's because we used economic pressure to bring the Mexicans to the table, and they allowed us to have people wait in Mexico while they applied for asylum and ended asylum abuse overnight. We got the Mexicans to deploy their National Guard to their southern border and to our southern border as never before. And I want to promise you, as President of the United States of America, I will engage Mexico the exact same way, and we will partner with the Mexican military, and we will hunt down and destroy the cartels that are claiming lives in the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. Another issue that is related to this is that almost 7 million migrants have crossed this border, our southern border, during the Biden administration. So, Governor Christie, what would you do about the 7 million who are here? How would you handle them? What would you do?
Look, Martha, the first thing we need to do is to stop any more from coming. That's the first thing we need to do. Then the next thing we need to do with the folks that are here is to, again, as we've talked about all night tonight, we have to have law and order in this country. We have to enforce the law. And what that means is to make sure that people who come here illegally are not rewarded for being here illegally. We have so many wonderful people from around the world who are waiting in line, following the law to try to come here and pursue the American dream. And those people are waiting and waiting and waiting because we haven't dealt with the problem of the folks who are here. We have to have them detained. We have to make sure that they are not rewarded for having broken the law. And one last thing on this fentanyl issue. With China, we can't take our eye off of that ball. Right. Yes, it's important that we secure the border. Very important, as I just said. But China is sending these chemicals to these drug cartels for them to create the fentanyl that is killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens. The Chinese are engaging in an act of war against us, killing our citizens. We better make that priority one in our conversations with China and to try to straighten that relationship out, because if we don't, we're going to lose more and more of our citizens.
I just want to clarify, would you send those people back?
Of course. You'd have to.
We have a lot of issues that Americans care about. Next up, we're going to talk about the crisis in education as millions of American children are not.
All right, we're going to jump on over to Donald Trump again. A quick reminder, if you want to bundle up with any coupons, actual financial advice, or anything, email us at staff@meetkevin.com. We're responding to emails now. And the next investment round for House Hack opens soon. Just go to househack.com. You can drop your information in there or sign up to get text notifications when we go live next month. All right, back to Donald Trump. We are we're only about 15 minutes in here, so let's keep going with the Donald Trump.
You go into the Olympics, put your athletes in. It wasn't like, they were big on athletes because,
famine.
But they went in and they actually participated. And within about 2 days, the entire thing was sold out. And if it wasn't me, that would have never happened. But I got along very well with him, and that's a positive thing. He does have massive nuclear power, by the way. And if Hillary would have gotten in, or if the Obama thought process continued, it would have been a nuclear war, absolutely, with North Korea. He was expecting to go into a war, and it would have been a nuclear war.
So do you think the rest of the world looks on at Biden and thinks someone else has got to be running the government?
Well, somebody else has to be. I don't think he's capable of doing anything. Look, when I debated him, I said, how come, and this was in front of probably not a friend of yours, Chris Wallace. He was the moderator.
Not a friend.
I said, why is it he wants to be Mike, but he doesn't have the talent? It's one of those
bitchy little man.
He wanted to be his father, but he didn't have the talent of his father was great.
He's a little fussy man.
His father interviewed me in 60 Minutes. It was actually a 10. Can you believe it?
I totally his father had talent, at least.
I may have been the only guy that he gave a good 60 Minutes to. He was rough.
Really?
His father was tough. He was great, though. He was great at what he did. But Chris Wallace was so upset. He was guarding this guy who wouldn't do a show, by the way. He wouldn't do. I figured I didn't mind Chris Wallace because Biden wouldn't do a show. And it was very obvious. He kept asking him and asking, but he wouldn't do the show. So I figured he's got to like me. But he came from a different planet. But remember when I asked the question, why is it that the mayor of Moscow's wife is allowed to give you $3.5 million? Don't forget, that was brought up. Now it's brought up all the time, but that was brought up by me long before anyone ever heard of it. I said, the mayor of Moscow's wife giving you $3.5 million. What did you do to deserve $3.5 million? To Biden. And Chris Wallace said, this has nothing to do with the debate. I mean, he
got in the way of the question.
No, it was crazy. And I said, well, wait a minute. He got $3.5 million for the mayor of Moscow's wife. Now, people forget that, but if you go back and take a look, you will see. And Chris Wallace didn't want me to ask that question. I said, I think it's a very appropriate question. It turned out to be much more appropriate than people thought.
Amazing. So do you have a preference in, assuming you're the Republican nominee and all goes as you plan it to go?
VP?
Do you have a preference in who you run against?
In many ways, I'd love to run against him because his record's so bad. It's still horrible when you look at inflation and everything else, but others also have very bad records. I mean, California's a bad record. So, should it be Gavin or should it be somebody else? When I look at San Francisco, what's happened to that incredible city? That was one of the greatest cities in the world just a short while ago. And now it's very sad when you look at it. Los Angeles.
It is.
Every city, practically, all the Democrat-run cities. Republican-run cities are doing very nicely because they arrest people when you have crimes. And they don't go after political candidates because they think it's good. It's been amazing. My poll numbers are the highest I've ever had. But because people understand it.
Can I just ask you, that
Yes.
gets back to my original question. So if the protest didn't work, you got elected anyway.
Yeah.
Impeachment didn't work twice, obviously. Indictment.
Okay, we are back. Hold on. Back to the show.
Exposing chronic absenteeism, deep declines.
We're on education now. Pence and Vivek talk about ending the Department of Education.
You said the Department of Education. But as president, would you still have a responsibility to fix this crisis as we see it?
Absolutely. The decline in education is one of the major reasons why our country is in decline. We need education in this country, not indoctrination in this country. And in Florida, we stood up for what was right. First, we had schools open during COVID, and a lot of the problems that we've seen are because these lockdown states lock their kids out of school for a year, year and a half. That was wrong. We stood up. I took a lot of fire for that. I was pilloried by the media, but I stood for our kids. And as president, I'll stand for you and your kids as well. But we have to make sure that what our schools are doing is focusing on solid academics. In Florida, we eliminated critical race theory from our K through 12 schools. We eliminated gender ideology from our K through 12 schools. And we have elevated the importance of American civics in teaching our kids about the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. As president, I'm going to lead an effort to increase civic understanding and knowledge of our Constitution. We cannot be graduating students that don't have any foundation in what it means to be an American.
Mr. Ramaswamy, hold on, Senator Scott. You've said that the Department of Education, the FBI, the ATF, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the IRS, the Department of Commerce, many of these should not exist.
That's correct.
So to the education question, how would you deal with the crisis?
So look, we have a crisis of achievement. Let's shut down the head of the snake, the Department of Education. Take that $80 billion, put it in the hands of parents across this country. This is the civil rights issue of our time. Allow any parent to choose where they send their kids to school. End the teachers' unions at the local level to allow public schools to compete. And then revive our national identity where every high school senior should have to pass the same civics test that, frankly, every immigrant, including my mother, had to pass in order to become a citizen of this country. And the fact of the matter is, look, there's a part of education policy that also rests with the family. I didn't grow up in money, but you know the word privilege gets used a lot. Well, you know what? I did have the ultimate privilege of two parents in the house with a focus on educational achievement. And I want every kid to enjoy that. So part of the problem is we also have a federal government that pays single women more not to have a man in the house than to have a man in the house, contributing to an epidemic of fatherlessness. And I think that goes hand in glove with the education crisis as well, because we have to remember education starts with the family, and the nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to mankind.
So, Governor Burgum, Governor Haley has said that biological boys playing in girls' sports is the women's issue of our time. You said that even though you signed a ban on this in North Dakota, that there hadn't been one instance where it was actually needed. Are you saying that you think that too much is made of this issue?
No, I'm saying in North Dakota, we made a priority of protecting women's sports, and we've done that in our state. But I would absolutely do that. But I do think when we start talking about education and we think that we're going to have a federal government, one size fits all, we're just completely losing track of the fact that education differs by state. Some school districts are doing a fantastic job, some less so. But the idea that every school district, state, and every teacher is somehow indoctrinating people is just false. You know, when I was building a company from scratch, you know, with small town kids, and we went, you know, grew up in a town of 300, but we built a global company in 132 countries with over 100,000 customers. We listened to those customers. We spent time with them. We talked to them. We did that. And as governor, well, education is one of the biggest part of a state budget. So as a governor, I shadow a student. The night before I find out the student finds out, I'm going to go to every class with them. I don't sit and lecture school districts how to do it. I go and see the experience. And there's a lot of things that have to change. But what needs to change in education is it's innovation. We're doing it the same way we did it 50 years ago with innovation, not regulation. I would get rid of the Department of Education. I would give block grants to schools, but I'd give them on merit based on who's doing the most innovative. I just got done holding the 7th annual Governor's Conference on Innovation Education. You should see what the people are doing when you cut loose the red tape, get the burden off their back. They care. Teachers in this country, the vast majority of them care about those kids. They're working in low-paying jobs, and they're fighting for those kids and their families.
Governor Haley, you said that this was the women's issue of our time.
First, I'll tell you, as you know, as a parent, the one thing you want is for your child to have a better life than you did. And we can talk about all of these things, and there's a lot of crazy woke things happening in schools, but we've got to get these kids reading. If a child can't read by 3rd grade, they're 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we need to make sure we bring in reading remediation all over this country. We need transparency in the classroom because parents should never have to wonder what's being said or taught to their children in the classroom. Parents need to be deciding which schools their kids go to because they know best. And let's put vocational classes back into the high schools.
Yeah.
Let's teach our kids to build things again.
Yep.
When we do that and we allow that innovation, that's when it'll get back. And yes, I will always say I'm going to fight for girls all day long because strong girls become strong women become strong leaders, and biological boys don't belong in the locker rooms of any of our girls.
Another point on education.
We're going to start the lightning.
By the way, when I ran for governor, I ran on exactly this, bringing trades back into high school so you can graduate functionally at 18.
Answers, please. President Biden will be 82 years old on Inauguration Day. Nearly 70% of Americans say that he is too old to serve. Should presidents have to pass a mental and physical test in order to serve, Vice President Pence?
Yeah.
Well, it might be a good idea to have everybody in Washington, D.C. pass a mental and. But,
Yes.
30 seconds. No, the American people can make those judgments. But let me say, I'm running for president of the United States because we don't need a president who's too old, and we don't need a president who's too young. We need a president who's been there. We need a president who knows how Congress works, how the White House works, how states work. And on this education issue, Martha, I was fighting against No Child Left Behind when Republicans were doubling the Department of Education. I'll also shut down the federal Department of Education. And when I was governor, we doubled the size of the largest school choice program in America. And we'll give school choice to every family in America when I'm in the White House.
This is a lightning round, Mr. Ramaswamy. I think you were mentioned there. You're 38. You're the youngest on the stage. You've said, and you just said, you want a civics test or public service for those under 25 to be able to vote. So the question is, do you want a mental acuity test for presidents over 75?
I believe in the people of this country to tell the difference between somebody who's an automaton and somebody who's actually a thinking agent in the White House, which we don't have in there today. And I will tell you, I want to address Vice President Pence's comment. I think we do need somebody of a different generation to lead this nation forward. Look at the way I've run this campaign. Going to the south side of Chicago, to Kensington, in the middle of Philadelphia, where traditional Republican candidates don't go. We have an opportunity to build a multi-ethnic working class majority to deliver a landslide. And I think I'm the only candidate in this race, young or old, black or white, to bring all of those voters along to deliver a Reagan 1980 revolution. We're going to do it in 2024.
Same question to you,
never voted in a presidential election until 20.
I will answer that. I will answer that.
30 seconds.
30 second quick answer.
You guys need to get control of this debate.
Everybody's going to get a chance.
Listen, we're getting control of the debate. This is a lightning round, not rolling thunder. Governor Hutchinson, you have 30 seconds on the same question.
On education, first of all, look at Arkansas. We have to compete with China. I built computer science education. We led the nation in computer science education, going from 1,100 students to 23,000 students taking it. This is how you compete with China. As President of the United States, I will make sure we go from 51% of our schools offering computer science to every school in rural areas and urban areas offering computer science for the benefit of our kids, and we can compete with China in terms of technology.
Thank you, sir. This is going to go to this is coming to you. We're trying to do a quick round of different topics here. So, Senator Scott, faith is on decline in this country. You talked about it a little bit before tonight. So, is there a role for a president of the United States in changing that? What would you do to change that?
Well, our nation was founded upon the Judeo-Christian values that has made this the greatest nation on God's green earth. I'm a big believer in Ephesians 3:20 that God is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or imagine. Our responsibility should be to model the behavior we want others to follow. On education, the only way we change education in this nation is to break the backs of the teachers' unions. They are standing in the doorhouse of our kids, locking them into failing schools and locking them out of the greatest future they could have.
As president, Governor DeSantis, would you support some mandatory military service for all Americans?
I think it should be voluntary. I'm somebody that volunteered to serve, inspired by September 11th, and I deployed to Iraq alongside U.S. Navy SEALs in places like Fallujah, Ramadi. And it's something that I think has taught me, you know, when you go in that type of environment, anything you have, your personal agenda, you check it at the door. You go there, and it's about focusing on the mission above all else. And guys come together, and they get it done. And that's how I would view being the president of the United States. It's not about me. It's not about all these other side issues. My sole focus will be on your future and reversing this country's decline.
Okay, now for something a little out of this world, and this is for you, Governor Christie. Do you believe that the recent spike in UFO encounters?
I get the UFO question?
Yeah, you do.
Come on,
There
man.
you go. No, but okay, we've been hearing a lot of testimony in Congress, and people are taking this a lot more seriously. And we're hearing that, you know, there are things going on that people aren't aware of. So if you were president, Governor Christie, would you level with the American people about what the government knows about these possible
Look,
encounters?
Martha, and especially coming from a woman from New Jersey, I think it's horrible that just because I'm from New Jersey, you asked me about unidentified flying objects and Martians. We're different, but we're not that different. Look, of course, the job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. The job of the President of the United States is to stand for truth. The job of the President of the United States is to be a role model for our children and our grandchildren. And so whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down to an all-time low popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids. That is the biggest threat to our country, not UFOs.
Okay. Well, coming up, we've got closing.
Quick note, I've been noticing a lot of attacks, not just recently here, but a lot of attacks on Vivek. Not that many actually on DeSantis.
Forum with reaction from all.
Vivek's been in a lot of the debates, so they're going to be back with more with the last round of the debate here in a moment. What we're going to do now is we're going to tune in to Trump again just while they go into commercial break. And then as soon as the commercial break is over, we'll switch back over. So let's jump on over here and just listen to a little bit of a little bit more of the Tucker and Trump interview here. Remember, you can email us for bundles for the programs at Meet Kevin or information on StackHack at Kevin at or staff at meetkevin.com. There you go.
And is not working. Your poll numbers go up. When they raided Mar-a-Lago in August of last year, your numbers went up. They can indict you 20 times, and you're not gonna lose the Republican primary because of that.
Well,
So,
it makes it look even more ridiculous. I mean, the 4 indictments, and maybe there'll be more. I don't know. These people are crazy.
But they're counterproductive. So if you chart it out, it's an escalation. Is what I'm saying. So what's next after try to put you in prison for the rest of your life? That's not working. So like, don't they have to kill you now?
I think the people of our country don't get enough credit for how smart they are. And I'm not sure I would have said this 10 years ago, but they get it. You know, they really get it. When somebody gets indicted, your poll numbers go down. When somebody gets indicted, you announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving to spend time with my family and to fight for the rest of my life on this stuff. But you're out of politics. I got indicted 4 times. All trivia, nonsense. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's horrible when you look and you look at what they're doing. The boxes hoax, I'm covered by the Presidential Records Act. I'm allowed to do exactly that. He's not covered, and he's got 25 times the number of boxes, and he's got them stored in Chinatown. He's got them stored in a flimsy garage underneath his Corvette at Penn. And by the way, at Penn, he gets millions of dollars. China pays this guy millions of dollars. See, I think he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. And he also has the distinction of being the most incompetent. And I believe both. I mean, he's both incompetent and corrupt.
So
and I actually believe he's compromised because China knows so much about him. They know where the money comes from. They know where it is, who paid it, and they probably paid it. Well, they do pay Penn, and he gets $1 million. I think he takes $999,000 because, keeps it a little bit under $1 million, like by $1. but he, in many ways, is a Manchurian candidate. We have a Manchurian candidate, and he's afraid to tell Russia to get out of Cuba. He's afraid to tell China to get out of Cuba. He's afraid. China now is building, think of this, China is building military installations in Cuba. The Cuban population of Miami is not too happy because they're never going to be able to go back. And you don't even hear about it. And the worst culprit is the press, the media, because normally, you know, when I first heard that China is building installations in Cuba, and installations means military installations. Okay, you know, they said just some communication. They did that on the islands with Japan. They took the island, they started this massive construction, and they told everybody, including the Japanese have to be very careful. They told everybody that this is a housing development. They're going to build a housing development. And I said, how come the runway is 20,000 feet long? You know, private jets need 4,000 feet. They don't need 20,000 feet. The big ones need 20,000 feet. They don't even need 20. And I looked at the runway. I said, that's the largest runway ever built, both in width and length, for housing development. There's nobody that has a plane that big that you would have a runway that's
Why
that's
is
for
China
testing.
allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, you know, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people building. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito. Vicious. They had to build under nets. It was one of the true great wonders of the world. As he said, one of the 9 wonders of the world. No, it was one of the 7. It happened a little while ago, you know. It says 9 wonders of the world. You could make 9 wonders. He would have been better off if he stuck with the 9 and just said, yeah, I think it's 9. But this is one of the true 7 wonders of the world. And you take a look at the Panama Canal. It was such an incredible engineering marvel. We sold it under Jimmy Carter. We sold it to Panama for $1. The following day, they quadrupled the amount of money that ships had to pay to get across. They didn't lose one ship. And now they've made it much bigger, and now they've widened it. They've doubled it, right? They've more than doubled it. And it's one of the most profitable things. Any time it's just incredible, right? We gave it away for $1. China now controls it. They actually control the Panama Canal. They run it, they control it.
Okay, we are back to the political debate. Let's get to the final round. By the way, we're getting a ton of emails at staff@meetkevin.com. Keep them coming. We've got folks replying, so check it out for the bundles on building your wealth, actual financial advice, which we're offering now because I'm a licensed financial advisor, or if you have questions on house hack, that's staff@meetkevin.com. All right, here we go.
You are the person who can inspire this nation to a better day. These are 45 seconds, and we begin with Governor Burgum.
I understand why America's hurting. Biden's inflation is choking us. I grew up in a small town. My dad died when I was a freshman in high school. My mom, widow of 3, went back to work. Every job I had growing up was one where I took a shower at the end of the day, not at the beginning of the day. Our cities are less safe because of the fentanyl pouring into this country. Our economy is being crushed by Biden's energy policies, which are raising the cost of every product you buy, not just the gasoline at the pump. One thing that I'll do as president, I'll secure the border. I'll get this economy sprinting, not crawling like it is right now. And I would say that other thing is for sure, when I'm on a horseback in the Badlands of North Dakota, it looks like the horizon is just limitless. And when you can almost see beyond that horizon, you can see that this great country, our future is unlimited. But we've got to focus on innovation, not regulation. We've got to cut the red tape. We got to drive ourselves forward. The way we win the Cold War with China is by growing our economy and through innovation. And as president, I will bring out the best of America. I will improve every American life.
Well, we hope you're back on your horse soon, Governor.
Governor Hutchinson?
Our nation is in trouble, and it's in trouble because of failed leadership. And the solution is not 4 more years of Joseph Biden. The solution is not 4 more years of Donald Trump. The solution is new leadership that can bring bold ideas to America and to bring out the best of America. A president's #1 responsibility is to bring out the best of our people. That's what Ronald Reagan did. And he did it with optimism and hope for our country, with consistent conservatism. That's exactly what I bring. As president, I'll bring out the best of America in terms of individual responsibility, building our economy, in terms of securing our border, enforcing the rule of law. I'll bring out the best of America in terms of our national character, our faith, and our hope for the future. Join in this fight, asa2024.com.
Thank you. Senator Scott.
Thank you. I was a disillusioned young man growing up in a single-parent household, mired in poverty. I wondered if the American dream was real for a kid like me. I can stand before you today and say the dream is alive, it is well, and it is healthy. I had the good fortune of a mom who worked 16-hour days, making sure we have food on our tables. She taught me that if you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. I'm Tim Scott. I'm asking you for your vote. And if you're in Iowa, I'm asking you to caucus for me. You can go to votetimscott.com for more information or to make a contribution.
Governor Christie.
Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Martha. Look, everybody on this stage wants to be the next president of the United States. And the only way that's going to happen is if we beat Joe Biden. I'm the only one on this stage who's ever beaten a Democratic incumbent in an election. I did it in a deep blue state, being outspent 3-1. Beating a Democratic incumbent is not easy. The last Democratic incumbent president who was defeated was Jimmy Carter. And he was defeated by a conservative governor from a blue state who knew how to get results, who stood for the truth, who cared about accountability, and stood strong and hard against waste. Those are the very things that I did in my 8 years as governor of New Jersey, and it's exactly what I'll do as president of the United States. Believe me, the Democrats want some other nominee who's never beaten a Democratic incumbent. I'm the one who can win this race, and if you give me the chance, I will restore our country by winning it.
Thank you. Governor Haley.
Several weeks ago, I dropped my husband, Michael, a combat veteran from Afghanistan, off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up their 2 duffel bags of belongings to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting America. If they are willing to protect us from there, we should be willing to fight for America here. I will beat Joe Biden, and he knows that. I will strengthen our economy, and we'll bring this inflation down. We will put transparency in the classroom. We will secure our borders. We will have the backs of our law enforcement, and we will make sure we have a strong national security. And once again, we will make sure we have an America that is strong and proud. We have a country to save. Join us. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and let's get it done.
Vice President Pence.
Thank you, Brad and Martha, for this evening. It's an honor to be here. Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad. The disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, their war on energy, runaway spending that launched the worst inflation in 40 years, a crisis at our southern border, an assault on our values and liberties, and the American people have had enough. But I know we can bring it back. But different times call for different leadership. The Republican Party owes the American people a choice. Proven leadership at the national level that knows how to move a conservative agenda forward. We proved in the Trump-Pence years you can turn this country around faster than you can imagine. And I have faith we will again. Because I have faith in the American people, the good, decent, hardworking, faith-filled, idealistic people of this country. And I have faith that God is not done with America yet. And if we will renew our faith in one another and renew our faith in Him who has ever guided this nation since we arrived on these wilderness shores, I know the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come.
Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy.
I was born in 1985, and I grew up into a generation where we were taught to celebrate our diversity and our differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by a common set of ideals that set this nation into motion in 1776. And this is our moment to revive those common ideals. God is real. There are two genders. Fossil fuels are a requirement for human prosperity. Reverse racism is racism. An open border is not a border. Parents determine the education of their children. The nuclear family is the greatest form of governance known to man. Capitalism lifts us up from poverty. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. And the U.S. Constitution, it is the strongest guarantor of freedom in human history. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what will win us the revolution of 2024. Thanks for letting me introduce myself tonight. Thank you.
Governor DeSantis. Governor?
This is our time for choosing. We will send Joe Biden back to his basement and we will reverse the decline of this country. I'm a blue collar kid. I work minimum wage jobs to be able to make ends meet. I understand the importance of the American dream, and I know how that's slipped away from so many millions of Americans. We'll restore it. I'm a veteran who served in Iraq. I know what it means to put service above self. I'm also a dad and a husband to 6'5" and 3-year-old. I understand the importance of protecting parents' rights and the well-being of our children. In Florida, we showed it could be done. I made promises and I delivered on all of those promises. 2024 is make or break. We're not getting a mulligan, no excuses. I will get the job done. And as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you all.
Well, we want to say thank you. Thank you to all the candidates on the stage tonight, and thank you to Milwaukee.
Thank you, everybody. We will see you on the campaign.
Let me give you just my quick rundown on this. I'm going to keep this really short because there's a lot to break down, but I'm going to keep it a 2-minute rundown. Okay, my thoughts on this. Bottom lines, I think we can agree on from what we heard here. People are tired about funding Ukraine over funding America. People support the Constitution. These are 2 different ideas, right? These are some of the common themes that we heard get a lot of cheers through this debate. People are tired about talking about the past and they want to talk about the future. What are you actually going to do for us and our families? More IRS agents or more freedom? More constitutional support or more wokeism? That's what we saw at this debate. People support and I was surprised by this, but people in this debate overall seem to support, to some extent, abortion up to a reasonable limit, though of course we have the evangelical argument as well that there is no acceptable abortion. That was probably one of the big items that will maybe never be resolved. People also, ultimately on Trump, don't want to hear your opinion. They just want a free and fair election. They don't want the Department of Justice to politicize the process and to police politicians. They want to let voters decide the fate of Trump, and let's move on. People overall seem to support the idea of school choice, eliminating teachers' unions, and getting trades back in schools, something I actually ran for under my campaign for governor in California when we supported the idea of future schools and more police funding, which police funding was very unpopular in 2020 and 2021. But I was one of the first to make the argument that we should be funding our police, not defunding it. And that was actually something that got a lot of applause during this debate here as well. People also want to focus on the individual visions for the future. And I have to say, as much as I disagree with some of the stuff that Vivek has done in the past, some of it, which in my opinion could be borderline, I'm not going to use the word, like the F word. Okay, there's this. Watch my videos on it. Yeah, there's something on Vivek's background I'm not very happy about. But I will say, he won a lot of applause. He was very strong. He came across as supporting Trump, but moving on from Trump. Pardon Trump to move on to the next generation. He was passionate. He speaks well. He spoke the most clearly out of everyone. His answers were clear and succinct. He made a very clear answer or gave a clear answer on almost everything. The one answer that he did not give was on his position on guns. He dodged the gun question, but instead supported police funding, more police officers on our streets, combating mental health, supporting fracking, nuclear energy, and drilling, ending funding for Ukraine, which he got in a tiff with Nikki Haley over, and ultimately arguing that he's not funded by super PACs. He leans into his age, he leans into diversity, and he leans into this idea that this is a 1776 level revolution and that people should vote for him to vote for change. It does come up, something that Chris Christie actually slammed him for, and Vivek turned it around and said, well, hey, you know what? If you help me the way you helped Obama back in 2008, I guess I'll be getting elected, which was actually a great rebuttal. So I have to say, Vivek, great job. Do I think you did some shady shit in the past? Sorry, I shouldn't use that word. Yeah. But hey, let's move on. Haley and Pence support helping Ukraine and America at the same time. This was something that got some applause. Pence had this argument of strength, that we can be strong, we can support Ukraine, and we can support Israel, and we can support America. The problem, though, is, are we doing that, or have we been doing that? DeSantis came out very strong, probably with a good scripted start, but he dodged questions. The first two real questions he got, he just didn't answer. He was a little touch and go. Some things were very strong. He won applause on reversing Bidenomics. He won applause for saying he served and was inspired by 9/11 to defend the country. He's a fan of sending the military into Mexico to end the fentanyl crisis if that's what's necessary. DeSantis was very clear. No lockdowns. And then, which I know is dated now, but his idea is using that as an example of freedom because that's what he did in Florida. And he used a Trump line to argue what Donald Trump should have done to Fauci, saying, "You're fired." I thought that was a good line by DeSantis. Tim Scott, there was a lot here that was a lot. The other candidates, I will say, a lot of talking points. I'm just going to give you some of my takeaways on some of these. I don't think they were really big highlights of it, so I'll keep it a little simple. He talks a lot about turning off the spigot in Washington, how spending power's gone down to inflation, how Democrats are bad, secure the border, finish the wall. That's really what I got from Tim Scott. Of course, everybody on the stage was anti the idea that biological men should compete against women, but I think probably everybody listening to the Republican debate believes in that, so that wasn't too much of a surprise. We had Christie, by the way, got completely destroyed for bashing Donald Trump. If you want to lose votes, apparently, this is here. It's not my opinion. I'm just observing this. Okay. Well, I guess that is my opinion, but I'm making an observation that if you want to lose votes, you bash Donald Trump. If you want to gain votes, you move on. You let a free and fair election happen. You move on. Doug, the governor from North Dakota, talked a lot about China. But honestly, in my opinion, China is in depression. They are not going to be doing much anytime soon. They've got their own problems to deal with right now. That's not to say we need to ignore China, but it does give us in America an opportunity to build our strength. So that's what I believe. That's my opinion. So I actually don't think the China argument that Doug took helped him out much. It kind of made it easy to forget about Doug. Similar to Hutchinson. Okay, we heard he works for the DEA, but we didn't really get salient, clear messages. And the one message that was clear above all was that people want a new government. They're not sure who's really running today's government. They're frustrated about Biden's inflation. But I will tell you this, as somebody who studies the economy every single day, we are probably going to be at low levels of inflation come the 2024 election. Now, prices of everything are still going to be 20 to 30% higher than they used to be. That is realized inflation. But they will probably stop rising. Knock on wood. Let's hope for that. But that's probably not the best argument to fight Biden on because it may fall flat when inflation falls. If you like this, make sure to subscribe. We're going to jump into watching more of Donald Trump and Tucker's interview now. Watch the channel for a lot more political coverage. If you like the way I explain things, check out my courses on building your wealth. They're very affordable. You can email us at staff@meetkevin.com for bundles. If you want actual financial advice where we go through your portfolio as licensed financial advisors, go to stackhack.com. Get stacked with StackHack. And if you want to invest in my real estate startup, where we're raising money for subscribers only at a 1-to-1 valuation, go to househack.com to get notified for more information when that's ready next month. For now, thank you for that. And let's get into what Donald Trump has to say in the rest of his interview with Tucker Carlson. Here we go.
And we shouldn't let that happen. And we can't let China be in Cuba. And they'll get out. If I'm president, they'll get out. Because I had a very good relationship with President Xi, but he respected this country. He respected me. And he'll get out. And we can't let them run the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Should have never been given to Panama. We should have had it. But we gave it for $1. Think of it. They quadrupled. In one day, they lifted the fees, which are, pretty big for these massive ships to go through, right? Rather than going around the Cape and through all the tremendous storms, such beauty, it's beautiful stuff. But you didn't want to get caught in those storms. Those were storms that wiped out the biggest ships. And we go through the Panama Canal, we built it, and we gave it away for $1. Think of that. How stupid are we? We have done the stupidest things in this country. And now we have a president that can't put two sentences together, can't speak, can't walk, can't talk. I don't think he gets to the starting gate, but these people do miracles. I mean, he ran out of his basement, and you got away with that one because of COVID, so he sort of got away with it. They cheated on the election. But you have people that are very smart, but they're fascists and they're radical left lunatics, and they're destroying our country with the all-electric cars and the windmills all over the place, which, by the way, don't work. And they're most of them made in China. For the most part, they're made in China. Germany a little bit, but China. But you look at what's happening to our country, even no voter ID. I mean, why don't they want voter ID? There's only one reason they don't want voter ID, because they want to cheat. I mean, who doesn't want, the Democrat convention, the last one, they had voter ID that was this big. It looked like a prison card, this big on their chest. You walked in, they had your picture, your this, your fingerprint. They had everything. The most incredible voter ID I've ever seen. That was to get into the Democrat National Convention. But to get into vote, if you buy groceries, if you buy practically anything now, you have ID on a card, credit cards or otherwise.
But don't you think it's racist to have to show your ID?
Well, they probably say that. They use anything not to show ID, because voter ID is pretty simple. And we could go back, and we should go back to all paper ballots, voter ID, same-day voting. France did it. France had mail-in ballots, and it was terrible. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have massive cheating on your elections. Anytime, but not just the presidential election. Anytime you have.
Isn't that the whole point of them?
Yeah.
So you can cheat?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's the whole point. That's their whole point. They want to cheat. Yeah. They have to cheat because their policies are so bad that if they didn't cheat, they couldn't get elected. Who wants open borders? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest rates? Who wants to not be able to use a gas stove or have to drive an electric car, which, you have a 4-hour drive, but the car only goes an hour and a half. So you have to charge it. The happiest moment for somebody in an electric car is the first 10 minutes. In other words, you get it charged, and now for 10 minutes. The unhappiest part is the next hour, because you're petrified that you're not going to be found to another charger. People, I'm saying, I'm not knocking electric cars, they're fine. They're fine. But if people want to buy a gasoline car or a hybrid, hybrids are pretty good, actually, but they should be allowed to buy. They don't want to do any of this. So right now, California's in a big brownout because their grid is a disaster. The grid all over the country is sort of a disaster, but the grid is.
Can I just say something and then see what people comment on this? I personally think Donald Trump is not actually pulling a very relatable argument here. Bagging on EVs worked 5 years ago. Bagging on EVs today, not a good idea. The EVs are awesome. Now, don't get me wrong. You still have to burn fossil fuels to charge them. I get that. But the EVs are good today. They're very good. So I don't know that I find this as relatable of an argument. Is wind unfunctional at times? Of course, the wind's not always blowing and you need battery storage to store the power for off-peak times. But these arguments are, let me say, a little weak. I want to see some more vision from Trump. Where's the vision for the future, Trump? That's just my take.
In California. And yet they want to have in a very short period of time millions and millions of cars cars going off that grid, essentially. It doesn't work.
So plug your car into a grid that's
You
failing.
should be able to buy an electric car. You know, electric cars could be fun if you drive short distances and you want to have, you know, whatever, and you have plug-ins everywhere you go. They could be fine. But you got to have gasoline cars. You got to have everything. Let people buy everything. Now there's the new thing is your heating systems in the house. They don't want you to have a modern day heating system. They want you to use a heating system that will cost you at least $10,000 to buy and won't work very well. You know, none of the stuff works as well. One of the things I did with EPA is you have states, many states, most of the states have so much water, you know, it comes out of heaven, right? The water pours down and you have it. It's there. It's got to go wherever it goes, into the oceans, whatever. It's not like a big problem. Now, in some states, they have a problem. You know, you have some desert areas and all, and for that, it's okay. But they have sinks where no water comes out. You turn it on, no water comes out. No water comes out of the shower. No water is allowed to go into the washing machine for your dishes or for your clothing or what. And I avoided all of that.
Wait, they have sinks where no water comes out?
Sure, you have restrictors. When I say no water, very little water. You want to wash your hands, right?
Yeah.
And you've seen this, and you turn on the sink and it's very little. Or you want to wash your beautiful hair, right? And you're standing under a shower. Then the suds never go. If the water comes out very slowly, I'm sure you've seen this. It usually takes place in new hotels and new homes.
Yeah, you take a drill and take the
They have
limiter out.
well, you can, but now they make it so you can't do that so easily. They have a restrictor. It's called a restrictor, and it restricts the water from coming out. So I ended all of that, and you have to see these. They let the water come out. You know what people do? They wash their hands like 5 times longer, or in the washing machine, they'll press for their, let's say the dishwasher. They'll press it. Then they'll press it about 7 or 8 times.
Yeah.
They'll end up using more water, and it still won't be very good. I met with the head of Whirlpool. They were practically going out of business during my administration, and they said to me, from Ohio, incredible, great state. I love Ohio. And they were really doing badly because people were dumping washing machines all over, mostly from South Korea, but also from China. And he was explaining it's just a terrible situation. I said, let me ask you, how's the quality? He says, we're better, but they are good enough quality. But, you know, of course he's going to say that, but, you know, they are better. He said, but they don't allow us. They're dumping these machines. They're cutting us in half. They're killing us. And on top of it, the government won't let us use water in our machines. I mean, he shows me like a quarter of a bottle of water. That's supposed to be washing clothing. And I freed it all up, and I put tariffs on these countries that were selling and the machines coming into the country. And that company went from all the washing machine companies, they make washing machines, they make dryers, they make all of the different machines that do this kind of work, including dishwashers. And they went from a disaster area to being just thriving.
But can I ask,
they love me in that part of Ohio.
Well, I bet they do, but why should EPA, no one at EPA was elected by anybody.
Yeah.
Why do they have the power to decide how much water your washing machine uses? Shouldn't Congress in a democracy get to vote on that?
Yeah, you could say that. They do things that are not very.
So how do you, that's my question. How do you, if you get elected again, go back to Washington, how do you keep the agencies under control? How do you keep FBI and CIA specifically under control?
The way you do it, like I fired Comey, that was a big deal. You know, a lot of people said, and I fired him very early. Somebody said, oh, I wish you would have fired him. There was a real question about firing him anyway. You understand, because, you know, when they have a 10-year term, there is a question. I fired Comey. That was a great thing. If I didn't fire Comey, maybe I wouldn't be talking to you, or I'd be talking to you about real estate or something else other than politics, right? That was a coup, in my opinion. That was a very sick deal. That was the insurance policy. You remember the insurance policy? Oh, she's going to win, darling. She's going to win. But just in case she doesn't, we have an insurance policy. The insurance policy was what they were doing. And we caught them with that. That was a very important tweet or whatever it was, text. It was a big deal. That was a big deal. The insurance policy. She's going to win 100 million to 1. That's not good odds. At least they gave me 1, right? 100 million to 1. Just in case she doesn't win, we have an insurance policy. Everybody said, that's strange. That's strange. But we caught all that because I fired Comey. Because when I fired Comey, it was like throwing a rock into a hornet's nest. into a nest of bees, and the place went crazy.
So when you were president, are you confident that you knew everything, say, CIA was doing around the
No,
world?
I'm not. I'm not. It's
Wow.
It's a very interesting group of people. I had very good relationships, I thought, but I was a little surprised when I got out that things go on. Look, it's.
What were you surprised by?
I was surprised. I think it's some of the people. I was surprised that there was. I had a group of people. Look, we killed many using the CIA. I have to say this. Very bad actors. We were very good at it. You look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, bigger than Osama bin Laden. I mean, Osama bin Laden is, but al-Baghdadi did ISIS, and he was rebuilding ISIS very strongly.
And that was the CIA that did that.
That was really us that did that.
Yeah.
That was really us that did that. And Soleimani was us that did that, not so much CIA. But we did some very good work with the CIA. But I started, when I looked at the 51 intelligence agents saying that was the laptop from hell was Russia disinformation, when I took a look at that, I said, that's a horrible thing. They knew it wasn't. They knew it was not. And by the way, you're talking about cheating in the election. McLaughlin and Fabrizio, great pollsters, they said a thing like that plus other things meant anywhere from 10 to 17% of the vote would change.
Whatever happened to Mike Pence? You've always been nice to Pence. I've never heard you criticize Pence. You've defended him in public many, many times. He's out there attacking you. What is that?
So Mike wants to run for president. You got to understand, in my opinion, Mike Pence had the absolute right to send the votes back to the legislatures. The Democrats and everybody said, you don't have the right. In other words, what I said, is he a human conveyor belt? You mean if he finds fraud in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, in any of these states, Arizona, he has to send them to Mitch McConnell, right? That's right, sir. Well, if he finds fraud, he has to? Yes, sir. I said, so he's a conveyor belt. Boom, put him in. I said, I don't agree with that. And we had some lawyers, not all, we had some lawyers that said, no, you do have the right to send them back to the legislatures to be rechecked. Because if you looked at what went on in Wisconsin, who, by the way, now agree with me, Wisconsin has been virtually, other than the fact they're not allowed to do anything statutorily, but Wisconsin has been, I mean, what they found is incredible. I mean, we won Wisconsin. But Mike Pence had the right, in my opinion, to send them back.
Do you ever talk to him now?
No, I haven't spoken to him in a long time. I was very disappointed in him. I didn't want to do what Thomas Jefferson did. Thomas Jefferson, it was Georgia. And it was, hear ye, hear ye, the great state of Georgia is not capable or allowed to tabulate their votes. And Thomas Jefferson, who was the vice president, said, is Georgia sure that they cannot tabulate their votes? Georgia is sure. He didn't send them back and have them redo it. He said, we will keep the votes of the great state of Georgia for Thomas Jefferson and his president. I didn't ask him for that. Could have done that too, but I didn't. I thought that would be turmoil. I asked him to send him back to his legislature, to the legislatures, in Wisconsin, let's say.
But why didn't he? I mean, you'd worked together for 4 years. You're the president. He's VP. You say you're aligned on everything.
I think he got very bad advice. I really do. Now, let me tell you what happened. I sat there with a few people. I think his lawyer was in the room too. His lawyer was very much against it. There were other lawyers that felt you could do it. It was one of those things that I think you could have done it. I think you can always do something if you see fraud or if you see problems. But it's very interesting. So after the election was over, the rhinos got together with the Democrats and they redid the election, so you couldn't do it anymore. So then I called the people. I said, so in other words, you're saying I was right. You could do it. Yes, you could do it. In other words, they took the Voting Act and they redid it so the vice president no longer has the power to do what I said he could do. So when that happened, I said, wow. And you'd look some of these Democrats in the eye and they say, he has absolutely no right to do it. And immediately after the election, they met rhinos, could name them all, and Democrats, and they approved legislation that takes away the right of the vice president to do it. So I said, so you're saying I was right. The vice president did have the right to do it. And they said, yes, he did.
So if you're saying they stole it from you last time, why wouldn't they do the same this time?
Oh, well, they'll try. They're going to be trying, yeah. But, and not only me, Look, DeSantis is out. I think he's gone. So he was at a level. People have figured him out. He's gone. But if somebody else got in, other than me, they'll go at him just as viciously as they did me. These people are sick. They will go after them. And a lot of people say they won't be able to hold up. I do get credit for holding up quite well, I must tell you. I think it's...
How do you do that? How do you get indicted, every week and stay cheerful?
It's... I think it's a lot easier because I'm so high in the polls, because it means the people get it. The people see it's a fraud. The people see it, like this horrible district attorney from just a little while ago, from essentially Atlanta, that's Fulton County. She said, basically, I don't have any right to challenge an election. Well, what about Stacey Abrams? What about Hillary Clinton? What about all of these Democrats that are still challenging my election? The same people that are saying he's challenging an election challenged my election. And they did it with slates. They did it with all sorts of things. They were very bad about it. But basically, they're suing me and they're saying, you don't have any right to challenge. And if you challenge an election, we're going to indict you and put you in jail. So what they're doing is they've weaponized, and don't kid yourself, the DOJ and Biden and the whole group, they're watching all of this stuff. They love the local stuff. The DA in Manhattan. Not only that, they put one of the DOJ top people into the Manhattan DA's office to run things. They don't even have a case against me. It's not even a case. Everyone says, even the Democrats say, you can't bring these cases. You have no case. The attorney general or the district attorney, Fannie Willis in Atlanta, she's getting killed. Basically, she's saying Trump doesn't have the right to criticize an election. But you've been around long enough now. You've seen many elections criticized. I mean, Hillary Clinton goes crazy. Every time she talks, she says, he's not the president. Jimmy Carter said, he's not the president. Well, I am the president. Hillary Clinton called me, by the way, at 3:02 in the morning to congratulate me the night of the election.
Did her voice crack?
Well, her voice was, it's very different, I will say. I won't get into that. But
what do you mean?
Her voice was very different. Don't forget, they were all celebrating at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And I came home and I said, I think we won. I felt we won because the rallies are so big. We'd go to Wisconsin and we'd go to Georgia. We'd go to different states. In Michigan, we'd have rallies. In Pennsylvania, we had 58,000 people in Butler. And I said, how are we losing this? How do you have a rally where you have from 50 to 100,000 people, many of them? I did 7 a day for a couple of days. That's a lot. That's a lot. These are big rallies too. And I didn't hold back. I didn't say, let's make them let's do abbreviations, right? But they challenged this stuff. Yeah. Hillary called me up and conceded. Now, the word is that Obama said you have to do that. But she called up and totally conceded. But now, every time you see her on television, she's saying she's challenging the election.
Do you think
so? That would mean that she should be indicted, but that would mean also that Stacey Abrams in Georgia should be indicted because she still thinks she won the election for governor. She still thinks that. She's never recanted. And
do you think Stacey Abrams will be indicted for that?
No, of course not. She won't be. The Democrats don't get indicted for things like that. They don't get impeached. No, it's a different thing. With that being said,
yes,
I had great support when they did impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2. Jim Jordan, the House was fantastic. And actually the Senate was very good for me, other than, Mitch McConnell. I think if it's too bad I endorsed him. He was begging, he was going to lose that race and I endorsed him and he ended up winning the race because of my endorsement. He was down, he was going to lose to Amy McGrath. She was $90 million in cash, all set to go. She was leading by 3. He was going down. I did him a favor. And then 3-4 months later, he really wanted to impeach me. He's a bad guy. But if you look at what's going on politically, it's so interesting. The level of loyalty is different in politics than it is in normal life, I will say. With that being said, I've had great loyalty also. But The House was fantastic. The Senate was very good. You know, they overrode Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell, in my opinion, was trying to get senators to impeach me, especially for the second one. And on the first one, he acted very, very slow. He should have gone much faster. But Mitch McConnell wanted to, and the senators went up to him, guys that are subservient to him because he gives money. You know, he gives them money. He gives them a lot of money. He raises some money and he gives it to them, and therefore they do what he said. That's the only form of leadership he's got.
So last question, if you're elected president again, what's your number one priority? When you ran last time, you said, I will build a wall. This time, your bottom line top promise to the
So
country.
you can do numerous things at the same time.
Of course.
But let's say number one is a border and taking hundreds of thousands of criminals that have been allowed into our country and getting them out and bringing them back to their country, Guatemala. By the way, not only the 4 countries that we think of as neighbors, all over the world. Last month, we had 149 countries represented. Think of it. We had 149 countries represented, Tucker, from places that many people never even heard of, coming into our country. And they're coming in from mental institutions, and they're coming in from prisons. They're emptying out their prisons all over South America. They're emptying out their mental institutions. Terrorists are pouring into our country. We have no idea. I had the strongest border in the history of our country, and I built almost 500 miles of wall. You know, they like to say, oh, was it less? No, I built 500 miles. In fact, if you check with the authorities on the border, we built almost 500 miles of wall. And I had another 200 that I was going to build. You know, it's like water, it seeks. And we're going to build another 200. We built it. It was all set to go. All they had to do was install it. It would have taken 3 weeks. And that's when I found out. I said, I think these people actually want open borders. The first thing I would do would be I would seal up the border good and tight, except for people that want to come in legally.
Do you think we're moving towards civil war?
There's tremendous passion and there's tremendous love. You know, January 6th was a very interesting day because they don't report it properly. I believe it was the largest crowd I've ever spoken before. And you know some of the crowds I've spoken before. And like July 4th on the mall, I think they had 1 million people there. But I think that the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was on January 6th. And people that were in that crowd, a very, very small group of people. And we said, patriotically and peacefully and patriotically, right? Nobody ever says that. Go peacefully and patriotically. But people that were in that crowd that day, very small group of people went down there. And then there are a lot of scenarios that we can talk about. But people in that crowd said it was the most beautiful day they've ever experienced. There was love in that crowd. There was love and unity. I have never seen such spirit and such passion and such love. And I've also never seen simultaneously and from the same people such hatred of what they've done to our country.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know because I don't know what it, you know, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen. And that's probably a bad combination.
Donald Trump, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
That is a bad combination, by the way.
Bad combination. Thank you.
I don't know. I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. I'm a little disappointed in the Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson interview. Maybe this is a very unpopular opinion. I don't know. I'd love to hear your opinion on this. I think there's a chance it's maybe totally off base, but I'm just going to share my opinion on what I just got out of the Donald Trump interview. And, you know, we'll share some takeaways on this. But what I felt was an exhausted Donald Trump. I did not see the Make America Great Again Donald Trump and enthusiasm. I didn't see that. I got stories of corruption. The title of that podcast should be Donald Trump, Stories of Corruption, because we did not hear about Donald Trump's plans for our country until the last 4 minutes of a 46-minute interview. In the last 4 minutes of a 46-minute interview, what did we hear? We heard, well, we're going to finish building the wall, seal the border, criminals out of the country and deportation because terrorists are pouring in. By the way, I built the strongest border. And there's tremendous passion in our country. That's what I took. What about schools? What about homelessness? Let's talk more about Ukraine. This is what people care about right now. Let's talk more about what you're actually going to do with China. Not the stories so much just of the Panama Canal. Maybe if you want to talk about those, give us solutions as well. But I hate to say it, low flow shower heads aren't on Americans' biggest priority lists. It's not the priority America cares about for the 2024 election. Okay, maybe I'm off base here, but this felt like somebody who's been beaten up. Trump felt exhausted in this. And I hope, like, now I wish he went to the debate. Like, I thought we were going to get the full plan here, a full plan, and we were going to be able to contrast. Here's Donald Trump's grandiose vision. That's Trump's brand. Everything's larger than life. Here's the grand vision for how we're going to make America stand tall again. We didn't get that. We got ranting and rambling about the past. And that's not to say we shouldn't learn from the past or we shouldn't discuss the past. But this is a presidential election about the future, not a history book. And so, what did we really get out of this interview? I mean, I took notes on it. Okay, here are my notes on it. Do I go to a debate and sit there and get harassed? I'd rather not. Oh, the left, they're lunatics. Yeah, it's possible Epstein was killed. I think the left hates our country. Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. Kamala, she seems senile. She talks in rhymes. Governor Newsom, I got along with him, believe it or not. He has a big load on his shoulder. Look at California. But do people care about California? Do people care about a bad record? Donald Trump says he doesn't think Biden is capable of doing anything. That we have a Manchurian candidate, basically somebody who's operating in a way that's counter to what's legal or the beliefs of Americans. And after a brief attack on Joe Biden, Donald Trump goes down the path of discussing, oh, by the way, windmills don't work. Most of them are made in China. Some of them are made in Germany. Electric vehicles suck. And we're going to finish building the wall. Like, I know Donald Trump's previous arguments have been clear. And he said things so powerfully, so clearly. We will end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. At least it's a goal. Whether it's realistic or not, at least it's a goal and it's a mission statement. And if he gets it done, even in a week, people will be happy. We didn't get that in this interview. So in terms of a summary of the Donald Trump Tucker Carlson video, I personally think this was an L. This was not a good move. Donald Trump sat out a debate to give us the stories of the past. I hope that Donald Trump or Trump supporters take this message not as one of hate or vitriol against Trump, but one of, if that's the way he performs, Vivek will be the next president. If that's the way Donald Trump performs, Vivek, rhymes with cake, Vivek will be the next president. Because that was a bad performance by Donald Trump. Donald Trump needs to match and exceed the youthful energy of Vivek and bring back the Make America Great Again campaign. That was not it. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you subscribe to the channel for more political coverage. I try to be as unbiased as possible. Do the same thing in the licensed financial advice we give at StackHack. Get stacked at StackHack. I do the same thing in my real estate course member live streams, my stock course member live streams. It's a combined live stream we do every day. The market is open. You can get lifetime access to those. talking about money and markets. Every day the market is open. When you join the courses, link down below. Email us at staff@meetkevin.com if you'd like to bundle up, even if you want to cross-bundle between financial advice and the courses. And check out househack.com and throw in your email or sign up for text message notifications for when Househack is ready to fundraise. We'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.
If it's Wednesday, it is debate night in America, the first one of the campaign season. 8 Republican presidential candidates poised to face off in battleground Wisconsin, and a chance to change the dynamic in the race against frontrunner Donald Trump, who's not showing up. Plus, NBC News confirms Trump's plans to surrender in Atlanta tomorrow night, as more of the former president's 18 co-defendants are slowly but surely turning themselves in today, including his attorney, Rudy Giuliani. And the breaking news we've been working on for the last couple of hours, officials are trying to confirm Russian state media claims that Yevgeny Prigozhin, the Wagner mercenary chief who orchestrated an armed uprising against President Putin, has been killed in a reported plane crash just outside of Moscow.
It just actually connecting with the Republican electorate, it's DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy. But after the end of this whole debate, did any of them really make the case to the American people that they would be better than Trump to win the nomination? I think that's a hard one. Having moments, that's one thing, but actually having a record to run on and say, I did this when I was president. The only one who comes close is DeSantis, and I think he got better as the night went on. He started off maybe a little too stern, but as the night went on, I think he got better and better. So I think DeSantis and Vivek, and the pile-on Vivek Ramaswamy with Nikki Haley and Chris Christie. I thought that
Governor DeSantis. Well, let me ask you this, because you say he got better as it went on. I thought his opening answer was very powerful, and that is, this is a nation in decline. And that to me kind of set the tone of the night, and that is, okay, most of the people, with the exception of like Chris Christie or Asa, most of the guys on this stage would point this country in a totally different direction with, I believe, conservative policies that would benefit.
But we do want to get out to some more reaction from out in the spin room. Let's take a listen here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Well, I think that was natural to come out because I think Vivek has so little experience. But I think there's a lot of things that Vivek has, I think, flip-flopped on in recent weeks. Whether or not it's whether we should fund Israel or whether or not we should give up Taiwan to the communist Chinese, or even questioning conspiracies about 9/11. But there are lots of things that didn't come up tonight, such as his 59% death tax proposal. I mean, he's trying to run a Republican primary, and he's proposing a 59% death tax. That's more than Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders or even Elizabeth Warren would propose. So, I think there's still a lot that is probably going to still come out about Vivek.
Was it effective to go after Vivek so often?
You know, again, I think that in many cases that was the vice president responding. I don't think it was intentional to go after them. I think it was Mike trying to be able to explain, here's my position, so why I'm defending that I'm a classical conservative in this race. And I think that, Vivek was probably confused because just a couple cycles ago he was maxing out the Democrats in primaries. So he probably was sure wasting it.
Mark, what's your strategy going into go after Vivek from the onset to make that contrast with him?
No, Finn, I think that his strategy was to be able to show the American people his breadth of experience. I think that in many cases that came out. In some cases that's because he was contrasting somebody who doesn't have experience.
Did he have his, before the debate, he was looking to have a breakthrough moment? Do you believe that moment? Do you think it's going to register in the polls in the coming weeks?
I don't know that he needed a breakthrough moment. I think that he needed to remind the American people about his experience and his character. I think that came through. Thanks, bud.
Mark, the vice president had said that he wanted to show that he did the right thing on January 6th, but tonight he was asked about whether or not he would support the Republican nominee. President Trump, former President Trump, should he be nominated or even convicted? How does he square those two?
Well, I think that that's consistent with the pledge he signed to be here on the stage tonight. I wouldn't view it as anything further than that.
Just a commitment to the...
He's made that commitment, he signed that pledge, and I think the question was pretty much in line with that pledge.
How does he stop Trump? How do any of these people on the stage tonight stop Trump?
I think that tonight is the starting point. I think that, for a lot of the media, it's sort of like this has been your life for a longer time, but I don't think most Americans even tune in until now. So I think that really the starting gun went off tonight, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Thank you, Mark.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank
Just listening in there live as we continue to get more reaction after this GOP debate. We're inside of the Pfizer Forum, where all those 8 candidates stood side by side as they debated a multitude of topics. I want to go back out to Live Now's Andrew Kraft on the ground there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, covering all of the latest for us. Andrew, can you give us just another quick wrap up of what the day brought?
Yeah, so we are right now outside of the spin room boundary, but the spin room is still going very, very strong. The candidates are in there. They're talking to journalists, to the media. I'm going to have my photographer, Colin, just kind of zoom in. You can see inside the spin room, you see the signs with the candidates' names on them. That is where the campaign surrogates are speaking to the media, talking about how the debate went. Of course, we just spoke with our friend Brooke Singman, and she says, and this is, to be expected, that the candidates and the campaign specifically have said that it has gone very, very well for each candidate respectively. And so we kind of expect that in the spin room, the spin in the spin room, if you will, Corral. But you can see there, we see former Vice President Mike Pence is in the spin room. You see other campaign surrogates for the respective campaigns. And the issues were front and center. That's what we heard about abortion, about immigration and the border, about the economy, about Trump indictments as well. So, like I said, it's still going strong. They're going to be in there for quite some time as these candidates are going to be pressed and asked about how they did on the debate stage, whether or not, especially for some of these lower to mid polling candidates, do they think their performance can raise their level in the polls now that they have introduce themselves, if you will, to the American people, especially to Republican primary voters. So you're seeing there the spin room is still going so strong, but we have been covering it from the very beginning. We're going to be doing that tomorrow morning as well outside of the Pfizer Forum, kind of breaking down in the morning for our Orlando folks there, talking about what the debate means, looking forward to the next debate, but still listening in to some of those highlights because, like we all played for our viewers, Corral, it was very feisty, it was very tense. The back and forth fireworks were almost constant, and Brett and Martha did a really great job of moderating and trying to get everyone in, trying to get the answers, and to keep it policy focused. Corral, back to you.
Andrew, I do have to ask before I let you go for the night. Our viewers are always used to seeing you behind the desk, but you're on the ground there in Milwaukee, just a very intense environment. What has this experience been like for you?
Yeah, of course, Corral, this is a first for Live Now. We are in the field. You, like you said, usually see me behind the desk, but 2024 is ramping up. The political primary process is really, really ramping up. And so we're looking ahead now to the next primary debate on Fox Business in late September at the Reagan Foundation and Library in Simi Valley, California. And so remember, we've been talking to a lot of RNC folks. The threshold is even higher to qualify for that debate. So, Corral, you could possibly see not 8 candidates on the stage, maybe 7, maybe 6, maybe 9, maybe 10, depending on whether or not these candidates meet that criteria. So we have a lot in store, of course. We've been showing you a lot of the candidate rallies, speeches throughout the course of the primary season. Then, of course, we're going to be seeing whether or not former President Donald Trump weighs in, whether or not he watched the debate. Of course, there was counter-programming on Twitter, now known as X, with Tucker Carlson, and that interview that was about 50 minutes. And so that is something I'll be looking forward to as well. Also, I'm going to look for whether or not President Biden, other key Democrats watch the debate, how they will respond to the debate as well. So there's a lot in store as we go into the early evening hours and the morning hours tomorrow.
And we look forward to bringing all the latest, of course, to our viewers here Live Now from Fox. Andrew Cramp, thank you so much for checking in with us throughout the day. In the meantime, I do want to go back out to the spin room here as we continue to see more reactions after this first Republican primary debate. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Is keep in mind, everyone was trying to say that they want to make America great again, but trying to change up the words a little bit. I know the former vice president said at one point the Trump-Pence tax cuts, one of the few times that the president's name was brought up by one of the candidates. But the fact that President Trump didn't join in the pig pile today, but instead did an interview with Tucker Carlson, that last time I checked a few minutes ago was at 87 million views. So think about that for a moment. Approximately 10 times more people watch President Trump's interview with Tucker Carlson than we'll have watched tonight. I think that's a victory. The other thing, too, I think we're seeing the beginning of the end for Ron DeSantis. I think Ron DeSantis put, I knew that President Trump wasn't going to be here tonight. I think Ron DeSantis surprised people by not showing up either. We saw in real time Ramaswamy leapfrog Ron DeSantis. I think Ron DeSantis' campaign is he couldn't have just a tread water moment. He had to turn it around. He didn't do that. I don't know how much longer he'll be in this race.
What's the POV of the Trump campaign? Should everyone on that stage just drop out, and should the RNC coalesce support around President Trump?
Well, that's already starting to happen. There doesn't need to be some mandate, doesn't need to be some party push or things like that. Voters are smart, they'll make their own decision. But let's not bury the lead. President Trump is ahead by 50 points in the Republican primary. He's beating Joe Biden in the general election. That's why Biden and the Democrats just launched the $25 million ad buy, the largest and earliest that's ever happened for an incumbent in American history, because they're paranoid about President Trump beating them.
Going back to that Truth Social post, he said he will not participate in the debates. He might change his mind, as you just said. If he does change his mind and starts participating in the debates, does that mean that he feels pressure from these other Republican candidates that they could be creeping up on his lead?
I think, well, you take a look at tonight, the fact he reached 87 million people. And by the way, by the time we get done talking, it might be at 100 million. So it's probably going to be tenfold, more than tenfold with actual people who saw this debate this evening. So he doesn't necessarily have to. He's eager. He's ready to take on Joe Biden. He'll debate Joe Biden anytime, any place. Now, granted, Joe Biden's usually awake for maybe 4 or 5 hours a day. You have to go between like noon and 4 p.m. Otherwise, he's sleeping frequently in his basement in Delaware. But so we'll debate Joe Biden anytime, and that's really what people want. I mean, people want to see inflation turn around. They want to see stopping the crime in the big cities. They want to see the killing in Ukraine stop. President Trump can step in and do what they want. The other guys talk about needing 4 years or 8 years to get anything done. He'll have some of this done before he even takes office.
Final question for you. He appeared on X tonight, but he has not tweeted, per se, on X since January of 2021. Is the former president thinking about rejoining the platform formerly known as Twitter?
I think he's going to keep everybody guessing. I think for right now, the answer would be no. He's heavily promoting his True Social media platform. But at a certain point, he'll decide that the time possibly, or maybe not, or maybe he'll decide to never do it. But as you know, he loves his social media platform, True Social, and drives people to it every day. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason.
I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Jason, Sarah Burnett with AP.
Hey, Sarah, how are you? Oh, good to see you.
Good to see you,
right,
too.
yes.
Good to see you, too.
It's so nice to put a face to the text
I know,
message.
right? Yes. So President Trump is turning himself in tomorrow. What can we expect to see tomorrow? And is there going to be a point at any time in this campaign when this is going to start hurting him? Whether it's, if not this primary, what about in the general election?
Right, you got me a little bit of a compound question there,
Yeah,
but
sorry,
I would say that
lots
so
of
far, with these indictments, President Trump's poll numbers have just keep going up and up. And so I think this Joe Biden, Merrick Garland witch hunt strategy of trying to stop President Trump is not working. I mean, it's just not. President Trump is ahead by 50 points in the Republican primary. Even you would admit that's a pretty big lead. He's beating Joe Biden in the general election, beating him so badly, by the way, that the Democrats had to launch a $25 million ad buy to try to turn around the fortunes of Joe Biden's failing economic policy. That's not good. That's a historic. Never before has an incumbent president launched that big of an ad buy this far out from the election. You see what Joe Biden's numbers with African-American voters looks like, what they look like with Hispanic-American voters. It's terrible. People are mad about inflation. Everyone wants to go back to the economy that we had 3 years ago. President Trump can do that on day one. He's already been laying out a number of policies on how he's going to go and do that, really starting with the energy exploration. But in the meantime, you see the Joe Biden, Merrick Garland insurance policy. They're trying to stop President Trump with these weaponized lawfare attacks. And so far, it's not working. President Trump's numbers keep going up and up.
How can he run a successful campaign when he's going to be in court?
Well, so I'm not on the legal team, so
I'm big fine, too confident. I don't need your compliment. You killed this. I understood the assignment. I understood the assignment.
That area, this place has been around for a long, long time. The history goes way back to the early 1930s when Earl Jack Cook, who was a descendant of the landowner at that time, Andrew Jackson Cook, who bought the land in 1884. Earl Jack Cook opened his hamburger joint in 1931, and soon after Prohibition ended in 1933, alcohol was then added to the menu. Cook's Corner became a full-fledged bar. Soon after that, 1946, Cook bought an old mess hall from the Santa Ana Army Air Base, hauled it up to Toro Road, and the tavern was born, and it has been extremely popular ever since. So the better part of the 1900s into this century. But as you could see, tragedy struck tonight. We're getting reports that this gunman may be a member of law enforcement, but we're trying to verify that. But that is coming to us from several sources. We're trying to garner more information when it comes to that. I want to bring in Bruce Thomas, who is our law enforcement expert. And then, Bruce, this is too early for you to give us any information here. But when it becomes a major situation like this, the investigation is underway, what do we need to keep in mind, and what is law enforcement thinking about right now?
Well, obviously, our hearts and thoughts and prayers go out with everybody involved. But law enforcement has a job to do. They will get there. They will render it safe, which apparently they've already done. And then they will go through, start rendering aid to those victims, get those transported. If you do have deceased bodies on scene, it's a crime scene. And they're going to have to go through and process that as they would anything else. They're going to reach out to their partners, the ATF, the FBI, maybe some additional crime lab personnel, and they just methodically have to go through the scene as it sits right now before they start looking for videotapes and obviously get eyewitness accounts.
All right, we're looking at the scene right now. There's a good shot of Cook's Corner. You can see this famous bar that so many people have been frequenting, and you can see all the the motorcycles out in front. That's why they call it a biker bar. But I know for a fact this has been a mainstay in this community in many different ways. The fact that these are motorcycles doesn't necessarily mean the Hells Angels are hanging out there. It's just one of those community places where people love to ride their motorcycles and stop in and enjoy some food and enjoy some drinks. But something horribly tragic went wrong here. Bruce, when it comes to getting information on a scene like this, how long is the wait, and what do we have to consider as law enforcement is trying to kind of sift through everything that happened?
Well, the first thing, they get the radio calls, the 911 calls. Officers respond. Obviously, it's a very chaotic scene, people rushing out, officers trying to contain it. And do they have an active shooter situation? So they're ascertaining all those things very, very quickly. And then they're also requesting additional resources. But one of the things, like you mentioned, Is it a biker bar, or is it kind of just a place where people with motorcycles on a nice evening come to hang out as friends?
Yeah. Right. Okay. And it looks like that truck right there, that SUV, does have a shattered window. They're showing that over on the passenger side right there. So whatever went down probably went down on the outside as well as the inside. Considering all the people that we're getting reports of that were shot, as many as 10, you could see how this thing would flow from inside to outside. Of course, we don't know the specifics on what exactly happened. There are rumors that this could be some sort of a domestic violence issue that then expanded from there. And there's also talk that the gunman initially was a retired member of law enforcement, but that has not been officially confirmed just yet. But you could see the scene right there. Detectives are spread out all over the place. It's important, Bruce, that you pointed out, because I didn't, that this is now a safe space. The gunman is not on the run. He's not on the loose. Reports are that he is perhaps dead, but how, we don't know. If it was self-inflicted or if law enforcement showed up. Have you heard anything at all, if there was any action that the law enforcement had to take when they arrived on the scene?
Unofficially, through my channels, I'm hearing that there was not a law enforcement engagement, that the suspect, after being involved in the shooting with people in the bar, took his own life. But once again, I'm not going to go on record as saying that, but that's just what I'm hearing unofficially.
Right. Well, we appreciate you giving us the little that you have, and that's exactly what we had heard from multiple sources as well. But you could tell this is not an active scene. It's mainly an investigation right now. If I could bring Chris Christie into the conversation. Chris, I know you've been talking a lot, but when it comes to just the fundamentals here, the basics coming and going from this area, could this affect traffic in a major way, or is this more of a smaller spot that is not going to affect a lot of people?
Yeah, this shouldn't affect too many people, David. Santiago Canyon Road leads right up into the mountain here. There's neighborhoods surrounding here, but this is not a well-trafficked area. So there's some good news there in terms of the effect on the community traffic-wise. While you were talking to Bruce, I was just watching some new video that was posted on Facebook that we are working to get permission to air, but I can tell you what I saw. It does appear to be eyewitness video in the moments after this shooting, and it appears to have come from the parking lot of the Cook's Corner Bar and Grill, and you can clearly hear there was an attempt at performing CPR on certain people. There were a number of stretchers being rolled out, so ambulances had already arrived in those initial minutes, and the eyewitness that I just heard referenced the suspect going to the rear of the property, and this is starting to coincide with what we're seeing here and even what Bruce Thomas just reported. Let's go ahead and widen out and bring the camera back over to that white pickup truck, which appears to be the suspect's pickup truck. It was said that he was arriving in that pickup truck, and eventually, after the initial shooting, which is full of details we're trying to piece together, as you mentioned, a possible domestic dispute at the bar, he then went back to his truck, and the eyewitness assumed that he was going back to reach for more ammunition to reload. But now, in the last couple of minutes, we noticed this tent that is going up in the very far corner of the property that it's like completely out of the way, almost as if somebody was trying to hide back here. And this would be a fourth victim that they are now paying attention to, a fourth body on the scene down there that is in a corner underneath that tree, and there's now a tent going up over that body. Is that the suspect? We cannot say that for sure, but it starts to line up with the eyewitness video that I've seen, as well as what we're hearing from other sources. Again, there's a lot of fluid details. Just in the time that we've been here, the total number of casualties has been a bit fluid. You can see a woman being treated still in an ambulance. I should mention, David, in the moments that we arrived shortly after 8 o'clock, I could tell you that there was at least one deputy in one of these ambulances who also appeared to be getting treatment. It appeared to be very minor. He was sitting up on a stretcher. There were other deputies in there with him, but we can report that there have been numerous injuries. At least 4 people are dead, and additional victims taken to local hospitals. Again, a frantic scene down there. There are other pictures that have not yet been published, but also appear to be coming from inside of that bar. Needless to say, David, it is a bloody and gruesome crime scene inside of this bar.
Yeah, just for clarification, and you don't need to move the camera, but I'm seeing white sheets as well as that tent that you pointed out. There are bodies there, or is that just medical paraphernalia?
That does appear to be a victim. There's one victim near the street, a second victim that's in the parking lot, and then a third victim that we counted in the rear of the property. There's the victim on the street. You saw the one in the parking lot, and then a third victim near the beer garden, which is right behind this tree that you're looking at right here. So 3 victims that we first counted, and just in the last 2 minutes, we've discovered yet a 4th person deceased right there in a very obscure part of this property underneath that tree, which is certainly raising lots of questions in my mind, but it does coincide with what that eyewitness did report, which was that the shooter went back towards his truck in the rear of the property, possibly to reload, but maybe it was to commit suicide. We certainly don't have that information confirmed yet, but that is some of the details we'll be looking for answers to here in the coming minutes.
Yeah, okay, well, it's just, yeah, as you said, it's gruesome, it's tragic. And then that is what's outside. Who knows what's on the inside of this place. So let's give you what we have so far, and that is, let me run you through some video. First of all, we do know that there was an arrest that took place on this property, but as you watch this video, I want you to understand that this may not have anything to do with what happened here. It may have to do with the fact that somebody might be trespassing or in a place that they shouldn't be. So that's this video right here. You see this man with cuffs behind him, and we don't want to overemphasize what this video might mean, but just by the way they're handling this, he may just be somebody who is ornery and is not abiding by what they're telling him. That's the suspicion. Maybe he doesn't really have a whole lot to do with the actual horrible crime that took place here. In fact, since we have Bruce on with us, Bruce, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, you do have individuals. I'm sure everybody kind of knows everybody at this bar. And obviously with the tragedy and emotions running high, this might have been somebody that was overtaken by emotion and tried to interfere with the deputies and law enforcement personnel. And so for his safety and everybody else's, they handcuffed him until they can get him or her, and I think it's a him, calmed down.
Okay. Hey, Bruce, while you were saying that's
David,
a good,
can you hear me?
That's a good point, Bruce. And yes, I can hear you, Chris.
Yeah, so some new information that is certainly shedding more light on the situation down there. We can now report that Orange County Sheriff's deputies did engage in an officer-involved shooting with the suspect, and we can now report that the shooter is indeed dead. So, again, is it the 4th body behind the property? We don't know that for sure, but at some point after officers arrived, or perhaps they may have already been at this location, maybe even off-duty officers, we don't know for sure.
Yes.
They did engage with the suspect, and we can now report that that shooter is dead, and that other person who we did observe being detained when we first arrived on scene, we just, as you mentioned, we can't report what his involvement was at this point.
Right. Okay. So that's some clarification there. And that is interesting, the new information that we're getting. So there was some sort of exchange or an involvement with other people and law enforcement and the gunman. So maybe he didn't take his own life. So this is how these stories come together. Let's not jump to conclusions either on that part of it either, but we're slowly kind of putting the pieces of this puzzle together. What we do know is, yeah, as Chris said, officially, the suspect is said to be dead. In addition to that, there are, Michelle, I'm sorry, I'm going to bring my producer in on this. Michelle, 4 total or 4 others? 4 total. Okay. Oh, so the gunman is dead, and he adds to the total of 4 people confirmed dead. That's where we are right now on this situation. There was some sort of officer involvement, but as Chris pointed out, it could have been somebody who was there off duty. We just don't know. Maybe that has something to do with that one white tent that was going up near the SUV that had the shattered windows. We're just not sure, so we're trying to put this thing together. Bruce, back to you. Thank you so much for clarifying on that suspect. We do have some other video to get to as well. We've done the arrest. Michelle, the biker, we do have a witness. He was on his way to the scene, and he did speak. So let's hear what he had to say. Stand by, it's coming.
Yeah, we got passed by CHP, and as we got about a block away from Cooks, they diverted us. They turned us around, and we went turned right. And that's how we ended up here. We have friends that are in the bar right now waiting for us.
Have you been in contact with your friends?
I have been in contact with them.
So they're safe?
Yeah, they're safe. They're upset, of course. I mean, when you got multiple shots being fired around you, they were right next to the shooter. There was an older man with a gray beard. So it's pretty chaotic.
All right. Anything else to add?
No, not really. I mean, it's just safe that we didn't make it there, but for them, I feel for them because they're really upset.
All right, that jives with what a lot of the information is that's coming out. Older man with a beard. They did say this might be a retired law enforcement, and it may have started as some sort of domestic issue. And then the next thing you know, this tragedy occurs. There is one other, Michelle, we have video of the SUV that we've been talking about, right? A close-up shot of that? Okay, stand by. In the meantime, you're looking at some other video of these are some folks who are being treated. And this is, if you look closely, yeah, this is another angle from that truck that we've been talking about that does have what appears to be shattered windshield and perhaps bullet holes in it. And now that I've looked closer from this angle, you can see both the front seat and the back seat passenger side are shattered, and it looks like a dent off the top too. So if those are all the results of gunfire, then clearly a number of bullets were flying. You see those dents off the top too. Not sure. Bruce, I know it's tough to speculate, but any thoughts on what you're seeing right now?
You know, it's very reminiscent of the borderline shooting. You have a bar with a lot of people that know each other inside. The shooter may have been one of those. And it just becomes a very, very deep, hurting tragedy to the community. And law enforcement, I would assume, probably has gone in there off hours also. So they may know some of these victims that they're dealing with. And it becomes a very, very hard scene to process.
You know, the borderline bar, that's absolutely true. In fact, I found my mind going there, even though I didn't talk about it. It does, now that you've said it, so many interesting parallels to that. And, you know, a fun night that then turns really dark because of one person, and then innocent bystanders all over the place. And you could only imagine what happened. I'm glad that the gentleman on the motorcycle gave us that interview, because he said he was meeting his friends. His friends are inside. They're okay, but obviously they're really upset. They were right next to the gunman, described as an older man with a gray beard. But his friends are okay. But keep in mind, we're getting reports that as many as 10 people may have been shot in this incident.
That's right.
So there's a lot of victims. Chris?
Yeah, I was going to say, David, we have new numbers that have now been firmed up by not only the Orange County Sheriff's Department, but also the Orange County Fire Authority. Again, worth reiterating, the numbers have been fluid over the last hour, but this is the most up-to-date information from authorities. There are 4 people dead at the scene. That coincides with what we've witnessed here just in the last few minutes. 3 in the park, or 3 in the front, or 2 in the front, 1 in the beer garden, and then that 4th person that we discovered near the rear, who very well may be that suspect, who is now confirmed deceased. So 4 people dead total, 6 people transported to local hospitals. 5 of those 6 people did receive gunshot wounds, so a 6th person transported with non-gun related injuries, but 6 total at local hospitals. So that would come out to about 10 people, 4 dead on the scene, 6 at the hospital, 5 of those being gunshot wounds.
Right. Okay. And then, of course, as you discovered recently, this did end as an officer-involved shooting. The situation on that, the details on that, we don't know yet. And we don't know if it was an officer response or somebody who happened to be already on the scene. We just don't know, but we'll eventually get to the bottom of it. You see some progress on the scene as they try to cover up bodies the best that they can. And Bruce, CHP is involved in this. Why would that be?
Well, just like the borderline incident, when you have an active shooter, it goes out under a mutual aid broadcast. So the local PD hears it, CHP under Claymores hears it, and any other agencies in that area that share frequencies hear that radio call and start to respond. So CHP probably was in the area. They heard the call. They responded. And they may have actively been involved in the taking down of the suspect.
Right. And then I recall in the borderline incident, the CHP was there as well, right?
That's correct. They were patrolling the unincorporated area of the county of Ventura. They heard the radio call. They arrived on scene. And with active shooter training and protocol, they went in and engaged the suspect. Unfortunately, there was a tragic loss of life in that case. A Ventura County sergeant.
Yeah, that was absolutely terrible. But yeah, you're right. So many interesting points when it comes to that situation and this one, and this one reminds us of that terrible night as well. We could see that all the motorcycles are lined up in the parking lot as well, so people aren't allowed to move anything, right? And so for the people who witnessed this, are they generally still there somewhere? Or do they bring them somewhere else, Bruce?
Yeah, David, great point. As you see all the motorcycles there, everybody that was in the bar now is a potential witness. They are not free to leave at this point. They will start to interview them, take photos of them, get phone numbers, names, addresses, all that information. Some may not be able to talk to law enforcement. They may be overcome with grief, but they will be contacted in the next 24 to 48 hours to piece together this puzzle, as you said. But no one is free to leave until they at least give some sort of preliminary statement. And, of course, nothing can be moved until bodies are recovered and the crime lab and the technicians, including the ATF and the FBI, are on scene and start to process this scene.
Does the ATF and FBI show up this quickly, or are they on their way?
They are probably on their way. If maybe some may already be there, depending on how quickly they live there. But this is an all hands on deck, and because there are firearms involved, the ATF will lend their support, and the FBI, which are evidence gatherers and very proficient in that and documentation, will assist the Orange County Crime Lab technicians.
All right, I'm getting a couple of new details here. We will have a press conference, it looks like, at 10:30 at Saddleback Church, which is nearby. In the meantime, we're also getting word that we have some new video in. This is from an eyewitness who shot the video. She was at the bar at the time. We don't know if she was inside or outside. I haven't seen this video yet, so let's take a look.
That's the truck. He came in, he went back to reload and bring more guns, and the cops found him. He's going to prison. Glad I didn't die. He shot like 4 or 6 at me and missed. Oh my God.
All right, there's two bits and pieces of video. I had a hard time hearing what she said, but it sounded like she was describing the gunman then going back to his vehicle, and they thought maybe reloading, but I think she alluded to a possible confrontation with police. Did you guys hear that as well?
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense and coincides with what we're seeing here. So I think that video was being shot near the right-hand corner of our screen here, actually near the intersection in front of the parking lot, and she was pointing that camera, that cell phone, down Santiago Canyon Road towards the left, towards the rear of the bar, which is where that pickup truck still lies. In fact, you can see the pickup truck in question as we come around here right behind this tree. It's actually difficult to make out the truck itself, but it's actually right behind the tree. Right there is the truck that she was pointing at. She saw the suspect running back here. She reported a confrontation with law enforcement, which we now know there was an officer-involved shooting, and now just steps away over to the left is right where that suspect is believed to be deceased. So that is starting to make a lot of sense with the information coming into our assignment desk. The other three injuries that are, the other three fatalities, I should say, that are in the front of the establishment appear to be patrons of the bar. Of course, we don't know exactly their role, but appear to be patrons during spaghetti night here at Cook's Corner. Apparently garners a big crowd. Lots of people come out for the spaghetti, and the M Street Band, which was also playing this evening, they reportedly took the stage at around 6:30. The shooting happened right around 7:30 when the bullets started flying and this entire bar emptied out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, as odd as it sounds, spaghetti night is an important detail in all of this because it's such a popular night that so many people were there. With more people there, the more danger they're in if a shooting does break out. And by the way, our producer is kind of pointing out to me that this witness says that he shot at her as well, but missed, and did confirm the confrontation between law enforcement and the gunman. So bits and pieces are coming together. Chris, I know you're going to have to bolt pretty soon to regas, and you'll join us again, but I do want to point out that, as I mentioned, Saddleback Church is going to be the site of a press conference that we're expecting around 10:30, so a little bit over an hour from now. And Jory Rand is standing by. He is at the church preparing for the press conference. Jory?
Yeah, this is a massive complex at Saddleback Church, and the Orange County Sheriff's Department using this as the command post, the staging area for the law enforcement response. We're actually about 2 miles, a little over 2 miles south across Highway 241 from Cook's Corner Bar where this took place, and there are multiple agencies here. I'm not sure we can see it right now, but when we first got here, we saw the bright FBI orange letters emblazoned on back of some jackets. We know the Sheriff's Department is here, and we saw the Orange County District Attorney's Office representatives were here, which would make sense if this was an officer-involved shooting, which the Orange County Sheriff's Department says it was. Whether that was an off-duty officer, what jurisdiction they were from, we're hearing rumors from some people here at the command post of it might not have been a Ventura, or it might have not have been an Orange County officer who was the officer who took this shooter down. But again, unconfirmed reports. We're waiting for that 10:30 press conference, and you can see a large response here. Although the tone, the energy here is very businesslike. It does not seem panicked. And of course, as David and Chris have mentioned several times, this harkens back some terrible memories of what happened at the Borderline Bar and Grill shooting. Coincidentally, we were one of the first crews on scene on that night. A bit of a different situation from what we saw those years ago out in Ventura County, where everything was happening around the bar. We got there, in fact, before a lot of law enforcement was on hand, and at Borderline, we saw victims just running across the road from just off the freeway from when we arrived. Here we are so far separated, they have set up this command post a good distance away, whereas for Borderline, I mean, we were pretty close to where that happened, and to the point where witnesses and victims were just walking down the street into this kind of staging area, and it was a bit of chaos around. This is much more orderly, a much different scene, of course, 2 miles up the road at the bar itself, but this is where they are handling all media. The roads up to the bar right now are closed in all directions, and we are awaiting that 10:30 press conference to just get some idea of how this played out, what jurisdiction, what department that officer was from that brought an end to this, and more information on the shooter and the victims as well. Of course, Orange County Sheriff's Department confirming 4 people dead, several others taken to the hospital, 5 other gunshot victims, and the Sheriff's Department has an entire stage that they are setting up for this press conference, David. But it just really bad memories anytime this happens. Our country's latest mass shooting, where unfortunately I don't know if you can ever get used to it, but this is not unexpected for another mass shooting to happen in this country, in this state, and in this area when we've gone through so many of them before. But every time something happens like this, it brings up some really bad memories, especially when you're talking about a restaurant or a bar with one of the worst mass shootings that we've ever gone through at Borderline happening again here tonight in Orange County.
Absolutely. It is frightening. And, you know, you let your guard down sometimes. You were thinking about hurricanes and earthquakes, and here we go again. You'd love to forget about it, but, you know, society today, we just can't do that. So, yeah, a lot of memories from Borderline. Jory, thanks for reminding us about some of those details because they become distant after a while. Bruce, if I could bring you back into the situation. I know we always kind of have high expectations when there's a press conference, but this press conference is happening within just 2 to 3 hours of the actual shooting. Are we really going to get much information, do you think?
No, you're not. It's all very, very preliminary information you're going to get. You're probably going to introduce some of the players, some of the law enforcement members that are there, ATF, FBI, Orange County Sheriffs, CHP, maybe some politicians, I'm sure, will also be there to lend their support to this. What you're going to get is the basic information. We have a shooting occur at the location. We have 4 or 5 people dead, 6 other injured, which were transported to local hospitals. And at this point, investigators are on scene and doing what they need to do.
Right. In the meantime, another beautiful, peaceful community that has been shattered. I mean, that whole area of Orange County it's a wonderful place to be if you can find a way to live down there in that kind of peace and quiet, but it has definitely been shattered and scarred for what happened there tonight, as you can see this very historic place that was a mainstay within this community for generations, literally generations. Just to remind you, this place was started by a man named Earl Jack Cook, and he opened it as a hamburger joint in 1931, and after Prohibition in 1933, it became a bar. And then he moved an old mess hall from the Santa Ana Armory Air Base, and he hauled it up there on El Toro Road. It became the tavern that we see now. And it has been going strong for, what is that, about 70, 80 years now that this has been a mainstay within this community. But fearfully, now it will be known, Cook's Corner, as the place where that horrible shooting took place. And Bruce, and I shouldn't be going to you all the time for these history lessons, but I think the Borderline Bar and Grill went away after that shooting as well. And I wonder if that is in the destiny of this place, if they could survive this.
Yeah, that's correct. And, you know, and you're pointing out this place is so iconic and been around for so long that I'm willing to bet that everybody in that bar probably knew who the shooter was.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that probably if this is all true, if this is a domestic situation, maybe he did frequent it with his wife that was his target today at one time. And, you know, you see all these folks and you know they've all gone there on spaghetti night. And this might be one of their favorite nights of the week. And that might be where they all kind of gather and, you know, catch up for whatever happened during that week. And it's such another one of those tragedies.
Yeah, you know, David, if I could just interject with one point. You know, a lot of these things go to the pinpoint of mental health. You know, people have issues and they don't reach out. There's tons of resources out there. If he was retired law enforcement, those resources are there. And now also all the first responders and the other victims are going to require debriefing with mental health experts, because this is something that just sits on you and doesn't go away.
Yeah, and those are great points. You know, people deal with stuff quite clearly. There is help out there, but we've been making this point really specifically in the last year or two when it comes to mental health is don't be fearful to find help. And this might be one of those situations where with analysis, this person clearly could have used somebody's help. Okay, we want to get
very
back.
much so. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great point to make, and we'll try to continue on with that as this investigation progresses. Let's go back to Jory Rand, who is standing by where this press conference is going to take place. Jory?
Yeah, still waiting for them to assemble here. But David, you were talking about Borderline and how they closed. They actually moved to a second location because no one felt it was right to go back into that original location. It became a memorial of sorts, sacrosanct. They couldn't go back to business as usual. It brought up too many bad memories, and you know, it's the site of where multiple people were killed, and blood spilled on that ground. And so the owners just couldn't do it. The community couldn't do it. And that's, once again, you talk about the spaghetti night here. At Borderline, it was a night of dancing, and that entire community used that bar as a meeting ground for an entire community to come together. And as you were mentioning, you wonder what's going to happen here, where blood is spilled, where people lost their lives, a place where people came to celebrate, whether this will become a living memorial, whether they'll be able to return to this. Every shooting scene in this country where multiple people died, you think about the lives affected, is exponential. It's not just the lives lost, it's the family members, it's the friends of the family, it's acquaintances, coworkers. Everyone in that circle is touched by it. And so when you start talking about such a large casualty list, the number of people who are affected by this in that community, whether it's going to be possible to continue with business as usual once this is all cleaned up, is always a question that is in doubt. And that will surely be the case here. We are just in the initial hours after this happened, but these people have to deal with this now for the rest of their lives, and all of their lives are now changed. It's a scene that we see too often, once again touching our community here in Orange County in Southern California.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for clarifying on what happened to Borderline, because that is a good study for what might be the future of this place as well. I don't know how you get over the fact that, you know, people are seeing this video. We're watching it on all the different sources and resources, and you know, once you see a body lying on the ground in a specific place, you know, you don't get over it and you don't forget it. So that will be part of the analysis and what happens to this place going forward. By the way, that press conference expected at 10:30. We're going to continue to gather some more information. We're going to break off just for a little while we investigate what we can. We'll come back for that press conference and, of course, on Eyewitness News at 11 o'clock. And let's say if there is a major development or a major discovery, we'll be back here as well. And always check our apps. We will be as quick as possible to disseminate information as quickly as we can. All right. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you in a little while.
Get ready.
She's coming. Ahsoka, now streaming on Disney Plus. And if you're looking for more, you can add Hulu to Disney Plus for just $2 more a month. Can't miss this. The Hulu and Disney Plus bundle with plans starting at just $9.99 a month.
And off we go, roughly about 45 miles an hour, again, driving on surface streets. Good afternoon, I'm Philip Palmer, and we are starting our breaking news coverage of a police pursuit. You're looking live at an image from Air 7 HD on West Rosecrans. We believe this is in the Compton area. This driver failing to yield is what we've, for the most part, seen at this point. There's not been a lot of reckless driving, but we did see a pit maneuver by authorities in a circumstance very similar to what you're seeing here, where they pitted him and he just simply drove over the median in the grass and just kept going. There was no damage to his vehicle, and he was able to continue on. So we've seen the driver with a balloon, it looks like, and possibly inhaling whatever is in that balloon, but we do not know if this person is under the influence, why they are failing to come to a stop. But this is a kind of environment where we're going to see how dangerous this pursuit gets. So far to this point, the driver has pretty much followed traffic laws, stopping at intersections, waiting to go at green lights, but just not pulling over for authorities. And again, they've tried one pit maneuver. We're going to see now what they're going to try. We've seen an officer jump out of the vehicle and start to approach the truck, but then the truck drove away. So now you see here, again, at the intersection with West Rosecrans Avenue, and I don't know what the cross street is. I can't really see the cross street on that one. But he's just sitting in the left turn lane, allowing for traffic to continue to go past. It's North Wilmington Avenue is our cross street there. So look at all of the officers around. He is not restricted in moving forward, which they wouldn't really want to do that. That would put officers at risk. But he is not getting out of the vehicle. So you can actually see again there the balloon in his hand, and looks to be up near his mouth. So we don't necessarily know what's going on there, but you can make your own assumptions. Again, we're watching to see if he will get out of the car and surrender to authorities, but right now they are not approaching him. The last time we saw this type of circumstance, again, the officer in that vehicle right there opened the door as if he was going to get out and approach, and then the driver just drove away. So we're now waiting to see what this pickup is going to do. We don't necessarily, there's no opportunity necessarily to do a pit maneuver at this point, but right now we are at a standstill as we're looking to see what happens with this person. From the other side, you could tell that the window was down. We can't really see anything other than the contents of the back of the pickup, which again look like tree stumps. I only bring that up and that there is some weight in the back of the pickup truck, which would give it some stability as he's driving if he were driving at high rates of speed. But he's not necessarily. He's just not pulling over. So now we see the pit. There's another pit in the intersection. If he follows suit, which he did, he's going to try to get away. And now he's made it dangerous driving into oncoming traffic. The officers are continuing to bump him and try to stop him, but now look, as he has moved on, you have a couple of people standing outside taking their cell phone images of it, and this is almost exactly what happened a moment ago. They did the pit, there's a spike strip, and we'll see if that got the front tire. It did look like as if he got it under the driver's side front wheel, and if it did, we'll see that tire start to disintegrate, and the driver will lose at least some control of that vehicle. But they might have missed him. And we'll see. He's going about 45 miles an hour, 41 miles an hour, so that is not excessive when you talk about this area. But he, again, has eluded authorities as they did a pit maneuver. But I was surprised at how many officers were there. And as I look at it, I can't really tell, but it does seem as if the front end is sitting a little lower. I could be wrong there. We're trying with Air 7 to get a picture, but no, from my perspective, it does look as if the tire is intact. So maybe they did not get him. Now we've got somebody. No, okay, so the officers, again, there are plenty of officers behind. It was LA County Sheriff that we saw. And so here they are again at an intersection, and you see an abundance of officers there. But the driver doesn't dangerously enter the intersection, and that has been a consistent behavior on this person's part. The only thing that we've seen them do is 2 pit maneuvers, and at neither time did the person stop. They just drove across the median and started heading in the other direction, And so now here we are with sheriffs again, this on Rosecrans now at North Acacia Avenue. And the driver continues to not yield. And there it is again. You can see another shot with the balloon for this suspect, which now we're about to see another pit maneuver. And there is another one. And we'll see if the sheriffs change tactics at all to try to pin him in a little bit more. But with the pickup truck, he's going to have a little bit more of an opportunity to go over those medians, and he's done it again. Now he's going into officers. This is where it begins to get dangerous for other people, because even though he's going at slow rates of speed, he is just not stopping, and he's going into traffic. So now we've gotten off of Rosecrans, and we are on a side street here at about 25 miles an hour. No word on if there was any damage to the undercarriage having gone over that curb and the median, because you can hit the undercarriage pretty hard on that curb and cause some damage. But to this point, this does not look like there's any damage to the vehicle, and the person is now going to continue on. Again, at a stop sign, checking both directions, and then slowly driving away. But somehow he's now eluded authorities in 3 pit maneuvers where they have not been able to get him to stop. But again, here we are, not riskily blowing through a stop sign, but just moving on through. So now we have an officer approaching from a different direction. And again, this is now West Elm Street, turning off West Elm. Again, West Elm and Acacia, it looks as if so. But you do have the risk now that you're in this part of this type of driving, that there could be bystanders that come out into the street, might not realize there's a chase underway, could step out and put themselves in harm's way. So officers are going to have to take that into consideration. You see this person, that is an officer. We have an officer there, and there is a spike strip that he is driving right over. So that, we have no doubt that he hit the spike strip that time. So that's going to disable the front tires of this truck, and you can see the thread, the string, the rope there behind, so it's still underneath his vehicle. And we're going to see how long that is going to be able to, he's going to be able to continue driving with that less than lethal opportunity to stop it. I couldn't even tell. Now, Giovanna Lara is joining us now, but you couldn't even really tell if that was a spike strip or if it was something else, some other that tool. They threw, another device that they threw under the vehicle, because it didn't look like the spike strip.
No, it sure did not. But I've been watching and listening to you for the last 10 minutes or so. This guy is determined to get away at slow speeds, as we are seeing. And was it 3 pit maneuvers that they attempted?
At this point, yeah, there've been 3. And again, you see the people on the sidewalk. So driving in this neighborhood puts folks that are just minding their own business at risk, regardless of how reckless or safe he's driving.
And what was remarkable, that there were so many police cars there, and he just weaved his way right through them. I was expecting some of the officers to be a little bit more aggressive and get in his way, but without knowing if he is armed, I guess that would be a reason why they wouldn't want to completely encircle him.
Well, at those points, you're not wanting to put officers at risk, because, to this point, he's not driven recklessly. He just refuses to stop. And we have been told that it was indeed a spike strip that they put under there. There was a doubt between the two of us. It just didn't look like a standard spike strip. But to the right, you see the videotape of what this person has done previously. So it's this fine balance for officers to try to stop him from moving forward without putting officers at risk. So they're not going to really block him in if he can get any kind of movement going forward. They're going to, if they can get him so that he can't get going fast and cause them pain, then maybe they might try to box him in. But that's the spot there on the right is when I thought he might damage the undercarriage of the truck, possibly break the axle by driving over in such a manner of those curbs. But he hasn't, and he's just been able to continue to drive. Now we see on the left, they've opened their doors. So unfortunately, we can't see why he has stopped. But it could be due to damage from the spike strip. Now there he goes again.
Yeah, and he's continuing. And if you're just joining us, this is happening in Compton. You see the driver of this pickup truck evading police after three pit maneuvers and one attempt at a spike strip. And this guy is still going. And as you can see, there's a balloon in his hand. We think it's a balloon, looks like a balloon. And it seems like he is inhaling something.
And that would be
the helium.
Possibly helium,
Yes.
and any number of things. This was, we don't understand exactly why he's trying to get away from authorities. At one point, they did go into a surveillance mode. They were just kind of watching him. Generally, he's been in light traffic, but this again is the kind of similar thing. So now there's nowhere to go. He is potentially on a bike path, it looks like, and he's now pinned in. He can't go forward. Officers are not at risk. And look at the number of officers behind him. The big risk, I would think, at this point is that this person might try to get onto the bike path and potentially try to drive on the bike path. That would be something that authorities don't want. And because if you're on the bike path, there's quite literally nowhere to go if you're a cyclist and you see a truck coming at you. So they certainly don't want him going forward, but that's kind of his choice at this point.
Yeah. And you see the law enforcement officers behind him. They've all exited their cars. They're all holding weapons. Again, we don't know what the initial want for this pursuit was, and we don't know if they know whether he is armed and dangerous. And this guy seems to be continuing holding on to that balloon, which is a little funny to me.
Well, the balloon has deflated and inflated.
Yes.
So my assumption is that he is inhaling whatever it is he's putting into the balloon, which would suggest, and I can't say this for sure, but it suggests that he's under the influence and would be acting irrationally. Now you've got a dog that's right there in front of the vehicle. So again, you wouldn't want that to get in the way. You certainly don't want to put the dog at risk there, but you just worry about the bike path. You see officers here. So they are going to try to keep him from heading that direction. The concern I would have is if he were to turn right. That seems to be the direction that his vehicle is pointed, and if he somehow got onto that bike path, hopefully he will not make that choice.
Yeah, and my understanding is we picked this up at about 12:40. May have been going on a little longer than that, but that is the information we have so far. So we've been following it, the last 15, 20 minutes or so, and he's remained in Compton for the most part.
Yes, and he still is in Compton. If you're trying to identify this part of town, you're seeing at West Poplar Street. And at this point, it almost seems as if it is a standoff where now he's either rolling down his window or up. I can't really tell if the window is open, but you could see him moving his arm there, trying to roll down the window. And then, so now this is the difficult thing for officers too, because as he leans across the cab of that truck, they don't know what he might be grabbing. He could be reaching into the glove compartment. He could be reaching under the chair or under the seat. So they just don't know, and you really don't want to see him continuing to take his hands out of his. No, he is. Watch. Okay, he's just filled up the balloon again.
Yes. So he must have a helium tank.
I would assume. That's an assumption that is not unreasonable given at this point. So.
Yeah, so you just wonder what his state of mind is right now. And I have a question about, is that wood in the cab of the truck?
It looks as if it's tree stumps, that possibly there was some stump removal. Now let's see what they do if they're going to, so clearly he can't go backwards now. So they're setting it up so he can't go backwards. The question for me, again, continues to be, can he go to the right? To the left, it's going to be difficult because of the angle of his vehicle.
Right.
He's not going to be able to make that. The wheel turn is not going to allow him to do that, turning radius. But he can make that right turn, our left. And if he turns to the right, he could end up on the bike path. Yeah. But there could be, and I can't really tell from Air 7, if there's something blocking him to keep him from going that way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that the gates there, it doesn't seem like a very wide opening. In that space, wider. It's not as wide as the left, but either way, he's not. Oh, something just happened.
They might be shooting less than lethal in there, tear gas.
Yeah,
there could be tear gas. Yep. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yep.
So they have fired tear gas, and now you see him with his hands possibly. Well, he still has his. It looked to me as helium there. You see the little container.
The window is down. It appears. It looks like he's communicating with them.
They have shot pepper balls into the cab of the truck, which if you've ever been around that pepper spray, that is an unpleasant
experience. Although he doesn't seem to be reacting.
But he's got the window down, and so if he's wanting fresh air, he's just poking his head out the window. And again, if that is helium and he has inhaled as much as we've watched, he's certainly not in his right mind. And so now it looks as if he is yelling at sheriff's deputies who, off screen to our right, his left, you could see the officers just beyond our frame here on that bike path. They might have moved from there, but that's where there were a couple of officers. There they are. So they're actually moving back. He may have yelled at them to the point that they want to reduce the conflict. They want to decrease the tension. So maybe they did want to move it.
De-escalate. Oh, and this is a good view of him.
You can see him rubbing his eyes.
Yeah.
So yes, he has taken a heavy amount of pepper spray. They fired it in. Now, okay, they're asking him to start removing things. So hopefully that's probably what they're asking him to do. I'm not sure what it is that he tossed, but now they're going to try to get him out of the vehicle. But this is not the way. They're firing more pepper spray in. Can you see it? You can see the pepper spray exploding there in the cab of the truck.
Is it going through the windshield?
They're probably shooting it through the back windshield. And
if it's open?
Well, in most pickup trucks, there's that window that's just behind the driver. So if he's driving with that open, they could fire it in.
Right.
But they could also probably, depending on, usually those pepper balls break on contact. So I can't imagine without a window open, they would be able to get it in there.
Yeah.
But clearly we saw it go in.
Okay. He was pointing at them, it looks like. I thought it was a good sign that he threw whatever he threw out the window. I thought that was a good sign that he is complying, but there's still some negotiation underway.
It looks as if he's complaining that they hit him in the arm. He showed them his forearm, and he's clearly talking to them, yelling at them, and it is, obviously he is still upset at some level. Has he now rolled up the window?
He's reaching for something.
He rolled the window back up, which of course is not what you want to see. That is you had hoped, and we did, that he was starting his compliance. But now he's rolled the windows up, and he's getting more pepper spray. Yeah. So at some point, you wonder if they might go with tear gas, something that might even be, more of it to just almost fill the whole cab. Yeah. But the pepper spray is pretty bad. I'm surprised that he is able to stay in there and handle whatever they have done.
Well, time is on the side of law enforcement. They can take their time with this. Mm-hmm. There's no rush. It doesn't seem that anyone is in danger in the neighborhood. I wonder if they have made any efforts to evacuate some of the homes on either side of this street. Hard to know.
Well, the one, my concern was for the bike path, and you mentioned he might not be able to get on it. But the good news is he's been here long enough that officers, sheriff's deputies, would have been able to secure that bike path. So if he were to turn right, even if he could, my assumption is that they will have secured that. Nobody's going to be coming down either direction of that bike path. So to your point about people being safe, I think that the bike path, because that is really the only place to go, those areas have been cordoned off, and nobody's going to be coming back and forth on that bike path. But at this point, like you said, they can potentially sit here and wait as long as needed. The community is, for the most part, not at risk because he's stuck in this location. He's pinned himself in. And so as they just continue to pepper him with pepper balls, we'll just kind of wait and see what he's doing. He's very nonchalant about his behavior, including when he was driving.
Yeah, and we're not seeing the balloon anymore, but it seems like did he just put something in his mouth? Hard to see. Hard to know from this.
And they're shooting more in there. You can see every time. You can really tell when they are filling that cab with the pepper balls because.
Oh, now the window's down.
See, he's opening the window, I think, to let the pepper spray out.
He rolled it down,
And so, who knows if maybe they fired rubber bullets to break the glass. We can't really see what what his window behind him looks like. We don't know if it's broken or if he's got an open window. I would assume if it was an open window and they were shooting pepper balls through it, he could have closed it. So
I wonder if he's talking to someone at this point on the phone.
Looks to be smoking.
Or smoking. That's
No,
what
he's
doing.
yeah, he's now he has gotten a cigarette. So again, we did watch him inhaling something from a balloon, which you can assume, I think, reasonably, that it was helium because we watched him with a canister of some sort fill a balloon. We've now recued some video there on the right side of the screen about what he was doing. He was just not stopping, and for a while they went into surveillance mode. It wasn't as if he was recklessly driving through town. In fact, we saw him stop at stop signs, we saw him stop at stoplights, and 3 different times he tried a pit maneuver, and he was able to just continue on. And these we've seen now 2, and then you see this one. Each time he had almost come to a stop and then just drove away and would not stop,
Yeah.
much like this.
Right here. This is the one that I was looking at earlier. I was so surprised that he just made his way through those patrol vehicles and that last patrol vehicle getting out of his way. They must know something that that we don't know about. He may be armed. We don't know. Again, there's a lot we don't know about this suspect.
Well, now he seems to be communicating again with the officers, which to this point, officers continue to use less than lethal force. They have used pepper balls, fired them into the cab, which has not seemed to bother him too much. He's either smoking or vaping at this point. We don't know really what that is. And going back to the beginning of this chase, we don't know what he was wanted for. So all we've really seen is clearly failure to yield. And if you want to add in, he drove his vehicle right at officers. So that could be an additional charge of potentially harming an officer. But, you know, mostly it's not been the chase that put people at risk. It was just this to the right, what you see, where there was one time when he drove into traffic.
Right. Well, this right here that you're seeing on the right of your screen, that is clearly dangerous. And he's, you know, obviously not wanting to let those officers take custody of him. So he's evading for some reason. We just don't know what it is. And on the left, you see the live pictures. This is, again, happening in Compton on West Poplar Street and North Wilmington Avenue at what appears to be a dead end. And it looks like the river is right below the picture that we're looking at. And there's a bike path there. And you see the officers congregating, just a couple of them with their weapons aimed at the suspect and the vehicle. Again, we don't know what led up to all of this.
I have a friend who clearly knows more than I that was saying that recreational users usually use quarter-ounce containers of nitrous oxide, whippets, which they use to fill the balloons, or they sometimes use whipped cream dispensers. The gas is inhaled from the balloon or the dispenser, so that's very possibly what's been happening here. So thank you for sending that to us. But you're looking now at much without, they say now they've got to just toss the tear gas right in.
Yeah, they sure did.
And we're also getting more nitrous oxide is usually what people huff when they're using the balloons. That comes from one of our